Certainly there was much more than this to the engine of Holocaust that thundered across Europe in the early 1940s. As Richard L. Rubinstein has argued, for instance, the combination of bureaucratic domination of German social thought and the Nazis' perception of excess and superfluous populations within their midst is a critical factor in accounting for Auschwitz and Birkenau. 113 But the point here is simply to show that explaining the Jewish Holocaust, to the extent that such monstrosities can ever adequately be explained, requires the understanding of an intertwined complex of phenomena and understanding, at the very least, of the deep historical tradition of Christianity's persecution of Jews, of the modern evolution of racial antisemitism, of the Nazi eugenicists' attitudes toward non-Jewish life devoid of value, and of specific political, economic, and military events that occurred during the early 1940s. The same sort of multi-level historical, cultural, political, economic, and military exploration is necessary if we are to begin to understand the 4 centuries of genocide that took place in the Americas. For while specific parallels are crude at best, the final years of the 15th century in Europe were marked by a dynamism of ideas and circumstances involving religious, social, economic, and military backgrounds and contemporary upheaval that, while very different in content, cannot help but resonate disturbingly among readers familiar with the more horrendous and genocidal aspects of 20th century history. From the moment of its birth, Christianity had envisioned the end of the world. Saints and theologians differed on many details about the end, but few disagreements were as intense as those concerned with the nature and timing of the events involved. There were those who believed that as the end drew near, conditions on earth would grow progressively dire, evil would increase, love would diminish, the final tribulations would be unleashed, and then suddenly the Son of Man would appear. He would overcome Satan, judge mankind, and bring an end to history. Others had what is generally thought to be a more optimistic view. Before reaching the final grand conclusion, they claimed, there would be a long reign of peace, justice, abundance, and bliss. The Jews would be converted, while the heathens would be either converted or annihilated, and, in certain versions of the prophecy, this messianic age of gold would be ushered in by a last world emperor, a human savior who would prepare the way for the final cataclysmic but glorious struggle between good and evil, whereupon history would end with the triumphant second coming. Among the innumerable forecasters of the end of time who adopted a variation that combined elements of both versions of the prophecy was the 12th century Calabrian abbot Joachim of Fiore. Joachim's ideas became much more influential than most, however, largely because they were adopted and transmitted by the spiritual branch of the Church's Franciscan order during the 13th through the 15th century. He and his followers made calculations from evidence contained in scriptural texts, calculations purporting to show that the sequence of events leading to the end of time would soon be, or perhaps already was, appearing. As word of these predictions spread, the most fundamental affairs of both church and state were affected. And there had been no previous time in human history when ideas were able to circulate further or more rapidly, for it was in the late 1430s that Johann Gutenberg developed the technique of printing with movable type cast in molds. It has been estimated that as many as 20 million books and an incalculable number of pamphlets and tracts were produced and distributed in Europe between just 1450 and 1500.114. The 15th century in Italy was especially marked by presentiments that the end was near, as Marjorie Reeves has shown in exhaustive detail, with general anxiety building up to a peak in the 1480s and 1490s. Since at least the middle of the century, the streets of Florence, Rome, Milan, Siena, and other Italian cities including Genoa, where Columbus was born and spent his youth, had been filled with wandering prophets, while popular tracts were being published and distributed by the tens of thousands, and astrological prognostications were sweeping the country. The significant point to grasp, Reeves demonstrates, is that we are not dealing here with two opposed viewpoints or groups: optimistic humanists hailing the age of gold on the one hand, and medieval-style prophets and astrologers proclaiming woe, on the other. Rather, foreboding and great hope lived side by side in the same people. Thus the Joachimist marriage of woe and exaltation exactly fitted the mood of late 15th century Italy, where the concept of a humanist age of gold had to be brought into relation with the ingrained expectation of Antichrist. 115. The political implications of this escalating fever of both disquietude and anticipation grew out of the fact that Joachim and those who were popularizing his ideas placed the final struggle between ultimate good and ultimate evil after the blissful Golden Age. Thus, Joachim's central message remained his affirmation of a real though incomplete achievement of peace and beatitude within history, a belief that, in the minds of many, was quickly vulgarized into dreams of worldwide empire. 116 different European nations and their leaders, naturally, tried to claim this mantle and with it the title of Messiah Emperor as their own. But a prominent follower of Joachim in the 13th and early 14th century, Arnold of Villanova, had prophesied that the man who would lead humanity to its glorious new day would come from Spain. As we shall see, Columbus knew of this prophecy and spoke and wrote of it, but he was not alone, for, in the words of Leonard I. Sweet, as the 15th century was drawing to a close, the Joachimite scheme regarding the end of time burst the bounds of Franciscan piety to submerge Spanish society in a messianic milieu. 117. To a stranger visiting Europe during these years, optimism would seem the most improbable of attitudes. For quite some time the war with the infidel had been going rather badly, indeed, as one historian has remarked, as late as 1490 it would have seemed that in the 8 centuries-old struggle between the cross and the crescent, the latter was on its way to final triumph. The future seemed to lie not with Christ but with the prophet. 118 At the end of the 13th century, Jaffa and Antioch and Tripoli and Acre, the last of the Christian strongholds in the Holy Land, had fallen to the Muslims, and in 1453 Constantinople had been taken by Sultan Muhammad II. Despite all the rivers of blood that had been shed since the days of the First Crusade, the influence of Christianity at this moment in time was confined once again to the restricted boundaries of Europe. And within those boundaries things were not going well, either. Since the late 14th century, when John Wycliffe and his followers in England had publicly attacked the Church's doctrine of transubstantiation and claimed that all godly authority resided in the Scriptures and not to any degree in the good offices of the Church, the rumblings of Reformation had been evident. In the 15th century the criticism continued, from a variety of directions and on a variety of matters. On one side, for instance, there was John Huss, an advocate of some of Wycliffe's views and a critic of papal infallibility and the practice of granting indulgences. For his troubles, in 1415 Huss was burned at the stake after the inquisitors first stripped him of his vestments, cut the shape of a cross in his hair, and placed on his head a conical paper hat painted with pictures of devils, following which war broke out between Hussites and Catholics, war in which politics and religion were inextricably intertwined, and war that continued throughout most of the 15th century. 119 From another direction, criticism of the Church was emerging among Renaissance humanists such as Lorenzo Valla, who proved that the donation of Constantine, an 8th century document that granted great temporal powers to the papacy, was a forgery, and who, in the mid-15th century, attacked both monasticism and chastity as ideals. The papacy itself, meanwhile, recently had suffered through 40 years of the so-called Great Schism, during which time there were 2 and even 3 rival claimants as Pope of the Roman Catholic Church. After the schism was ended at the Council of Constance in 1418, for the rest of the century the papacy's behavior and enduring legacy continued to be one of enormous extravagance and moral corruption. As many of the late Middle Ages' most pious minds long had feared, observes the great historian of the Inquisition, Henry Charles Lee, Christianity was practically a failure. The Church, instead of elevating man, had been dragged down to his level. 120 This, of course, only further fanned the hot embers of Reformation which would burst into flame during the first decades of the century to follow. On the level of everyday life, we saw in an earlier chapter the atrocious conditions under which most of the peoples of Europe were forced to live as the late Middle Ages crept forward. It was only 100 years before Columbus's mid-15th century birth that the Black Death had shattered European society along with enormous masses of its population. Within short order millions had died. About 1 out of every 3 people across the entirety of Europe was killed by the pandemic, and recovery was achieved only with excruciating slowness. Those few discreet folk who remained alive, recalled the Florentine historian Matteo Villani, expected many things. They believed that those whom God's grace had saved from death, having beheld the destruction of their neighbors, would become better conditioned, humble, virtuous and Catholic, that they would guard themselves from iniquity and sin and would be full of love and charity towards one another. But no sooner had the plague ceased than we saw the contrary. Gave themselves up to a more shameful and disordered life than they had led before. Men thought that, by reason of the fewness of mankind, there should be abundance of all produce of the land, yet, on the contrary, by reason of men's ingratitude, everything came to unwonted scarcity and remained long thus. Nay, in certain countries, there were grievous and unwonted famines. Again, men dreamed of wealth and abundance in garments. Yet, in fact, things turned out widely different, for most commodities were more costly, by twice or more, than before the plague. And the price of labor and the work of all trades and crafts, rose in disorderly fashion beyond the double. Lawsuits and disputes and quarrels and riots rose elsewhere among citizens in every land. 121. Modern historical analysis has, in general terms, confirmed Villani's description, with one important difference: it was far too sanguine. For example, although wages did increase in the century immediately following the explosion of the plague in the middle of the 14th century, after that time they spiraled drastically downward. The real wages of a typical English carpenter serve as a vivid point of illustration. Between 1350 and 1450 his pay increased by about 64%, then his wages started falling precipitously throughout the entirety of the next 2 centuries, at last bottoming out at approximately half of what they had been at the outbreak of the plague in 1348, fully 3 centuries earlier. Meanwhile, during this same period, prices of foodstuffs and other commodities were soaring upward at an equivalent rate and more, ultimately achieving a 500% overall increase during the 16th century. 122. The combination of simultaneously collapsing wages and escalating prices in an already devastated social environment was bad enough for an English carpenter, but English carpenters were by no means poorly off compared with other laborers in Europe, and other laborers were positively well off compared with the starving multitudes who had no work at all. At the same time that the Black Death was wiping out a third of Europe's population, and bouts of famine were destroying many thousands more with each incident, the 100 Years' War was raging. It began in 1337 and did not end until 1453. And while the war was on, marauding bands of discharged soldiers turned brigands and highwaymen, aptly named ecorchers or flayers, were raping and pillaging the countryside. Finally, the requirements of a war economy forced governments to increase taxes. Emanuel Wallerstein explains how it all added up. The taxes, coming on top of already heavy feudal dues, were too much for the producers, creating a liquidity crisis which in turn led to a return to indirect taxes and taxes in kind. Thus started a downward cycle. The fiscal burden led to a reduction in consumption, which led to a reduction in production and money circulation, which increased further the liquidity difficulties, which led to royal borrowing and eventually the insolvency of the limited royal treasuries, which in turn created a credit crisis, leading to hoarding of bullion, which in turn upset the pattern of international trade. A rapid rise in prices occurred, further reducing the margin of subsistence, and this began to take its toll in population. 123. In sum, all the while that the popes and other elites were indulging themselves in profligacy and decadence, the basic political and economic frameworks of Europe, to say nothing of the entire social order, were in a state of near collapse. Certain states, of course, were worse off than others, and there are various ways in which such comparative misery can be assayed. One measure that we shall soon see has particular relevance for what happened in the aftermath of Columbus's voyages to the New World, is the balance and nature of intra-European trade. In England and northwestern Europe generally, legislative and other efforts during this time discouraged the export of raw materials, such as wool in the case of England, and encouraged the export of manufactured goods. Thus, by the close of the 15th century, Britain was exporting 50,000 bolts of cloth annually, rising to more than 2.5 times that figure within the next 5 decades. Spain and Portugal, at the same time, remained exporters of raw materials and importers of textiles, hardwares, and other manufactured products. The Iberian nations, with their backward and inflexible economic systems, were rapidly becoming economic dependencies of the expanding if themselves still impoverished early capitalist states of Northwest Europe. 124. This, then, was the Old World on the eve of Columbus's departure in 1492. For almost half a millennium Christians had been launching hideously destructive holy wars and massive enslavement campaigns against external enemies they viewed as carnal demons and described as infidels, all in an effort to recapture the Holy Land, and all of which, it now seemed to many, effectively had come to naught. During those same long centuries they had further expressed their ruthless intolerance of all persons and things that were non-Christian by conducting pogroms against the Jews who lived among them and whom they regarded as the embodiment of Antichrist, imposing torture, exile, and mass destruction on those who refused to succumb to evangelical persuasion. These great efforts, too, appeared to have largely failed. Hundreds of thousands of openly practicing Jews remained in the Europeans' midst, and even those who had converted were suspected of being the devil's agents and spies, treacherously boring from within. Dominated by a theocratic culture and worldview that for 1,000 years and more had been obsessed with things sensual and sexual, and had demonstrated its obsession in the only way its priesthood permitted by intense and violent sensual and sexual repression and purification, the religious mood of Christendom's people at this moment was near the boiling point. At its head the church was mired in corruption, while the ranks below were dispirited and increasingly disillusioned. These are the sorts of conditions that, given the proper spark, lend themselves to what anthropologists and historians describe as millenarian rebellion and upheaval, or revitalization movements. 125. In point of fact, this historical moment, seen in retrospect, was the inception of the Reformation, which means that it truly was nothing less than the eve of a massive revolution. And when finally that revolution did explode, Catholic would kill Protestant and Protestant would kill Catholic with the same zeal and ferocity that their common Christian ancestors had reserved for Muslims and Jews. Don't let them live any longer, the evildoers who turn us away from God, the Protestant radical Thomas Muntzer soon would be crying to his followers. For a godless man he was referring to Catholics has no right to live if he hinders the godly. The sword is necessary to exterminate them. If they resist, let them be slaughtered without mercy. 126. And again, that is precisely what happened. Catholics were indeed slaughtered without mercy. The Church, of course, was more than eager to return such compliments, in deed as well as in word. Thus, for instance, Catholic vengeance against Calvinists in 16th century France resulted in the killing of thousands. Infants were stabbed to death, women had their hands cut off to remove gold bracelets, publishers of heretical works were burned to death atop bonfires made from their books. The treatment of Gaspard de Coligny, a Protestant leader, was not atypical. After murdering him, the Catholic mob mutilated his body, cutting off his head, his hands, and his genitals, and then dragged it through the streets, set fire to it, and dumped it in the river. Then, deciding that it was not worthy of being food for the fish, they hauled it out again. Dragged what was left of the body to the gallows of Montfaucon, to be meat and carrion for maggots and crows. 127. Such furious rage continued well into the 17th century, as, for example, in the Catholic sacking of the Protestant city of Magdeburg, when at least 30,000 Protestants were slain, in a single church 53 women were found beheaded, reported Friedrich Schiller, while elsewhere babies were stabbed and thrown into fires. Horrible and revolting to humanity was the scene that presented itself. Schiller wrote, the living crawling from under the dead, children wandering about with heart-rending cries, calling for their parents, and infants still sucking the breasts of their lifeless mothers. 128. And this was Christian against Christian. European against European. Civilized against civilized. There were, all Europeans knew, wild races, carnal and unchristian and uncivilized, who lived in as yet unexplored lands on the far distant margins of the earth. Some of them were beasts, some of them were human, and some of them hovered in the darkness in between. One day, perhaps one day soon, they would be encountered, and important decisions would then have to be made. If they possessed souls, if they were capable of understanding and embracing the holy faith, every effort would be made to convert them, just as every effort had always been made to convert Muslims and Jews. If they proved incapable of conversion, if they had no souls, if they were, that is, children of the devil, they would be slain. God demanded as much. For this era in the history of Christian Europe appeared to many to be the threshold of the end of time. 3 of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse clearly were loose in the land: the rider on the red horse, who is war; the rider on the black horse, who is famine; and the rider on the pale horse, who is death. Only the rider on the white horse, who in most interpretations of the biblical allegory is Christ, had not yet made his presence known. And, although the signs were everywhere that the time of his return was not far off, it remained his godly children's responsibility to prepare the way for him. Before Christ would return, all Christians knew, the gospel had to be spread throughout the entire world, and the entire world was not yet known. Spreading the gospel throughout the world meant acceptance of its message by all the world's people, once they had been located, and that in turn meant the total conversion or extermination of all non-Christians. It also meant the liberation of Zion, symbol of the Holy Land, and it likely meant the discovery of the earthly paradise as well. Christopher Columbus knew all these things. Indeed, as we soon shall see, he was obsessed by them. In her own way, Isabella, the Queen of Spain, shared his grandiose vision and his obsession. Still, in his first approach to the Spanish court in 1486, seeking support for his planned venture, he had been rebuffed. It was, in retrospect, understandable. Spain was at that moment engaged intensely in its war with the Moors in Granada. The crown was impoverished. And Columbus offered a far from secure investment. 5 years later, however, the king and queen relented. The reason for their change of heart in 1491 has never been made entirely clear, but Isabella's unquenchable thirst for victory over Islam almost certainly was part of the equation. A successful voyage would bring Spain into contact with the nations of the East, whose help was needed in the struggle with the Turk, writes J.H. Eliot. It might also, with luck, bring back Columbus by way of Jerusalem, opening up a route for attacking the Ottoman Empire in the rear. Isabella was naturally attracted, too, by the possibility of laying the foundations of a great Christian mission in the East. In the climate of intense religious excitement which characterized the last months of the Granada campaign, even the wildest projects suddenly seemed possible of accomplishment. 129. And then, on January 2, 1492, the Muslims who controlled Granada surrendered. The first real victory of Christian over infidel in a very long time. Clearly it was a sign that God looked favorably upon the decision to fund the enterprise of the man whose given name meant Christ-bearer. On March 30 of that year, the Jews of Spain were allowed 4 months to convert to Catholicism or suffer expulsion, an ultimatum the Moors also would be presented with before the following decade had ended. And on April 30, 1 month later, a royal decree was issued suspending all judicial proceedings against any criminals who would agree to ship out with Columbus, because, the document stated, it is said that it is necessary to grant safe conduct to the persons who might join him, since under no other conditions would they be willing to sail with him on the said voyage. 130. With the exception of 4 men wanted for murder, no known felons accepted the offer. From what historians have been able to tell, the great majority of the crews of the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, together probably numbering a good deal fewer than 100, were not at that moment being pursued by the law, although, no doubt, they were a far from genteel lot. 131. The 3 small ships left the harbor at Palos half an hour before sunrise, Columbus noted in his journal of August 3, and took the route for the Canary Islands, passing as they went the last Jewish stragglers who were being driven out of their homeland by way of the open sea. 132 This tiny ragtag fleet, representing a nation that was not much better than destitute and a church that was in disgrace, was off on its imperial and holy mission. The world would never again be the same. Before long, the bloodbath would begin. 6. C. Christopher Columbus viewed himself as a man of divine destiny in an age of apocalyptic promise. He was unequivocally sure of himself. And one thing of which he was especially certain was that the world was going to end in 150 years. He had made the calculations himself, but they were based on his careful reading of a work entitled Imago Mundi, by the Catholic cardinal and late chancellor of the University of Paris and high priest at the Inquisition and execution of John Hus for heresy, Pierre d'Ailly. Written in 1410, though Columbus's copy was printed in Louvain around 1480, Imago Mundi was an encyclopedia of sorts for the instruction of lay people in the fields of Christianity-infused geography and cosmology. 1. It was from this same book of compiled knowledge and ancient wisdom that Columbus had derived a potpourri of information allowing him to calculate that the distance across the Atlantic Ocean, known then as the Ocean Sea, was much shorter than it actually turned out to be. Long before he left on his famous voyage, more sophisticated navigators knew full well and told Columbus that his estimate was too short. That is a principal reason why the Portuguese crown turned down his request for assistance in 1484. But Columbus pressed on. His stubborn unwillingness to be persuaded by superior evidence and logic ironically resulted in his beating the Portuguese to the islands of the Caribbean. That only deepened his conviction, of course, and to the end of his life he continued to believe the illusion that his original calculations had been correct. 2. The Imago Mundi contained a wealth of equally dubious information on other matters that Columbus, like many in that era, readily took to heart. For what Columbus saw in the Cardinal's work, and what was intended by its author to be seen, was an outline of the history of the world past, present, and future. By combining and folding together the ideas of such writers as Roger Bacon, the 9th-century Arabian astronomer Albumassar, and others, Pierre d'Ailly had laid out for his readers, writes Pauline Moffat Watts, the horoscopes of the great religions and empires in much the same way that one would cast a personal horoscope. Once one has learned the proper techniques, believed all these writers and Columbus as well, one could predict the future, for all events are imprinted on the present. 3. Columbus read Ailly with the burning intensity of an autodidact who discovered in the Cardinal's writings nothing less than the divine path to truth. The margins of the Admiral's copy of Imago Mundi, which survives today in Seville's Biblioteca Colombina, are covered with almost 900 separate annotations by Columbus on matters of theology, geography, and history. Africa, he notes, is half the size of Europe, and south of the equator the days are only 12 hours long. Chinese people in small boats have drifted across the Atlantic to Europe, including a man and a woman who have turned up in Ireland. Aristotle, between the end of Spain and the beginning of India is a small sea navigable in a few days. Other ancient authors are called upon who allegedly say the same or similar things, all of which indicate to Columbus that the earth is small and that India and China can be reached rather easily by sailing west. Alongside these temporal if fanciful observations are comments on scripture, along with calculations for determining when the Muslims finally will be destroyed and when to expect the arrival of Antichrist. 4. It was through the exploration of sources such as this, apparently in addition to lengthy conversations with Franciscan monks who were convinced that the end was near, that Columbus figured out to his satisfaction precisely when the second coming would occur. He did this through a kind of simplistic biblical numerology he had worked out, but he also knew it from the historical signs that were all around him. 5. Failure as well as success always has been absorbed easily into the all-embracing chiastic logic of those convinced that the millennium is at hand. Even contradictory evidence is interpreted so that it leads to the same desired conclusion. Thus, the obstinate resistance of the Jews to conversion, like the alarming successes of the Muslims in Turkey, were only part of God's great plan, his testing of the Christians the inevitable dark before the dawn. Columbus thought. Conversely, The even more recent expulsion of the Jews from Spain, like the fall of the Muslims at Granada, were equally clear indications that a new and glorious day was arising. What was present in Columbus's mind and marginal jottings before his departure in 1492 became a fully elaborated theory following the end of his third voyage in 1500, when he began compiling what he called his Libro de las Profecias, his book of prophecy, a scrapbook of hundreds of quotations from scripture, from early Christian writers, and from classical authors, all purporting to demonstrate that the end of time was but a century and a half away, that the Jews and infidels and heathens throughout the entire world soon would be either destroyed or converted to Christ, and that before long the Holy Land would be recaptured. By the beginning of the 16th century, Columbus had become certain that his voyages and discoveries had confirmed all this. Moreover, not only would each of these miraculous events soon be initiated, so the prophecies said, by the Messiah Emperor from Spain, but the final conquests and the liberation of Jerusalem would be funded by vast quantities of gold that Columbus expected to discover either in those densely populated islands he had found lying off the coast of what he continued to think was Asia, or on the mainland of the continent itself. Indeed, for a time he thought he had discovered with the Lord's guidance, of course, King Solomon's mines, and it was this gold that would launch the crusade that would bring on the end of the world. Never was the popular image of the gold of the Indies more mystically spiritualized than on this occasion, writes John Letty Felon, adding, the discovery and the conquest of America, among many other things, was the last crusade. If Columbus had had his way, this would have been literally so. 6. But Columbus had read more than Aeolis Imago Mundi before embarking on his famous voyages. He also had read Plutarch and Marco Polo and several other works, including Pliny's Natural History, the earliest catalogue of the monstrous races that were said to live in distant realms, and John Mandeville's Travels, a largely plagiarized volume of supposed reports on the Holy Land and on the monstrous races of the East, a book that also happened to be the most popular prose work of the Middle Ages. 7 Columbus believed in and expected to encounter in his travels representatives of the monstrous races, just as he expected to find and never stopped searching for the fabled terrestrial paradise. Again, Columbus was far from alone in these assumptions. As he wrote in his letter to the King and Queen while returning from his first voyage, in these islands I have so far found no human monstrosities, as many expected, but elsewhere he wrote that within a few weeks of his first sighting of land he had been told by some Indians that on other islands there were men with one eye, and others with dogs' heads who ate men, and that in killing one they beheaded him and drank his blood and cut off his genitals. 8. In fact, there was no real evidence of cannibalism anywhere in the Indies, despite widespread popular belief to the contrary that continues to exist today, belief largely based on the fact that Columbus said the alleged man-eaters were called Caribs. Through Spanish and English linguistic corruption that name evolved into cannibal, and although both the more level-headed of Columbus's contemporaries and the consensus of modern scholarship have strenuously contradicted the charge, it has stuck as a truism in the Western imagination. 9 The important point here, however, is not the spuriousness of the claim that some of the natives ate human flesh, but only that Columbus and those who heard his report readily believed, indeed, needed to believe, that the charge was true. If no dog-headed people had yet actually been seen, or races without heads and with faces in their chests, or one-legged folk, or cyclopes, or other bizarre semi-human beasts, that did not mean they were not there. But for the time being rumors of some cannibals would do. As for the terrestrial paradise Columbus knew to exist, he found it. At least he thought he did. It took a while, 6 years and 3 long voyages, but in the autumn of 1498, while sailing along the coasts of Venezuela and Colombia and then on north to Honduras, the admiral noticed that the people he observed were not as dark or extremely black as he claimed they were in other regions, but are of very handsome build and whiter than any others I have seen in the Indies. Are more intelligent and have more ability. At the same time he observed that he was in the vicinity of towering mountains and fabulously powerful rivers, including the one that we now know as the Orinoco, that rushed from the mountains in powerful currents down into the Gulf of Paria. recalling no doubt that in some traditional accounts the earthly paradise had been located atop a high mountain, which allowed it to survive the great biblical flood, and noting that Holy Scripture testifies that our Lord created the terrestrial paradise and planted it in the tree of life, and that a fountain sprang up there, from which flow the four principal rivers of the world, the logical conclusion could not be ignored. I say that if this river does not originate in the terrestrial paradise, it comes and flows from a land of infinite size to the south, of which we have no knowledge as yet. But I am completely persuaded in my own mind that the terrestrial paradise is in the place I have described. 10. Indeed, so extraordinary was this insight that it caused Columbus to revise his entire vision of the shape of the earth. I am compelled, he wrote to his royal patrons, to come to this view of the world. I have found that it does not have the kind of sphericity described by the authorities, but that it has the shape of a pear, which is all very round, except at the stem, which is rather prominent, or that it is as if one had a very round ball, on one part of which something like a woman's teat were placed, this part with the stem being the uppermost and nearest to the sky. So neither Ptolemy nor the others who wrote about the world had any information about this half, for it was altogether unknown. They merely based their opinion on the hemisphere in which they lived, which is round, as I have said above. Point 11. At this point, some modern observers have claimed, Columbus was demented, or at least had been at sea too long. Others have said that obviously he was looking at the island now known as Marguerite, lying at the mouth of the Orinoco, and that indeed there is on that island what German Arseniegas calls the extraordinary mount that anyone today may see. They call it Maria Guevara's Teats. 12. In any case, Columbus was convinced that he had seen paradise, at least from a distance, bulging out like a woman's breast and nipple at the top of the world. It was soon after this that he began compiling his book of prophecies. And when he died, just 6 years later, this man whose life has so aptly been described as a curious combination of the celestial and the crass, was laid out in the garb of a Franciscan monk and was buried in a Carthusian monastery. As it turns out, he had been deeply involved with the Franciscans for years, as the Franciscans had been deeply involved with the Inquisition for years, perhaps even was a lay member of the order, and in 1497 and 1498, while preparing for his third voyage, writes Leonard I. Sweet, Columbus wore the habit of a Mennonite friar, and was indistinguishable in the streets of Cadiz and Seville from his Franciscan friends. 13. Apart from his navigational skills, what most set Columbus apart from other Europeans of his day were not the things that he believed, but the intensity with which he believed in them and the determination with which he acted upon those beliefs. If most Christians at that time did not walk around wearing the robes of Franciscan monks, as Columbus did, few would have denied that the conversion of the world to Christianity was a necessary prerequisite to Christ's second coming, or that there were then present unmistakable signs that such mass conversions and mass destructions were imminent. Similarly, if most people did not cross the ocean in search of the terrestrial paradise or King Solomon's mines, as Columbus did, few would have denied that such places probably existed in some distant, hidden realm. And if most people did not take part in slaving voyages to the coast of Africa many times, as Columbus acknowledged that he had done, few would have found anything morally improper in such activities. Point 14. Columbus was, in most respects, merely an especially active and dramatic embodiment of the European and especially the Mediterranean mind and soul of his time, a religious fanatic obsessed with the conversion, conquest, or liquidation of all non-Christians, a latter-day crusader in search of personal wealth and fame, who expected the enormous and mysterious world he had found to be filled with monstrous races inhabiting wild forests, and with golden people living in Eden. He was also a man with sufficient intolerance and contempt for all who did not look or behave or believe as he did, that he thought nothing of enslaving or killing such people simply because they were not like him. He was, to repeat, a secular personification of what more than 1,000 years of Christian culture had wrought. As such, the fact that he launched a campaign of horrific violence against the natives of Hispaniola is not something that should surprise anyone. Indeed, it would be surprising if he had not inaugurated such carnage. But why did the firestorm of violence turn openly genocidal, and why did it continue for so long? Why did it take the grotesque forms that it did? Why was it morally justified in the terms that it was? And why, and in what ways, were the later British and American genocide campaigns different from those of the Spanish, if at least equally destructive in the long run? The answers to all these questions must be sought in the constant interplay of Western ideologies and material realities, beginning with the initial Spanish quest for gold and for glory, proceeding from there to evolving concepts of race along with traditional notions of divine providence and sin, and then back again to the hunger and thirst for wealth and for power, sought down different paths by different European peoples on the different American continents of the North and of the South. 2. Columbus drove a hard bargain with his royal patrons. Not only did he demand a substantial share of whatever treasure he might bring back from his journey across the Atlantic horizon, he also required of them, as he noted in the prologue to the journal of his first voyage, that henceforth I might call myself Don and be Grand Admiral of the Ocean Sea and Viceroy and perpetual Governor of all the islands and mainland that I should discover and win. 15. Since he thought he was sailing to China and India, these were not meager titles, were he to succeed in gaining them. For Columbus, like the conquistadors to follow, was driven by various forces in his quest to discover and conquer, but during this era when individualism was sharply ascendant in European culture, few if any motives were more important than what in Spanish is called el afán de honra and anxiety, a hunger for glory and for recognition, is the way one historian puts it. 16. To Columbus, the Genos ex-slave trader and would-be holy crusader, returning to Spain with slaves and with gold and with tales of innumerable heathens waiting to be converted was the surest way to achieve such fame. Thus, within hours of landfall on the first inhabited island he encountered in the Caribbean, Columbus seized and carried off 6 native people who, he said, ought to be good servants. Would easily be made Christians, because it seemed to me that they belonged to no religion. Bereft of religion though he thought these very handsome and very well proportioned people to be, the admiral was certain that they possessed gold. I was attentive and worked hard to know if there was any gold, he wrote during the second day of his visit, and saw that some of them wore a little piece hanging from a thing like a needle case, which they have in the nose, and by signs I could understand that, going to the S, or doubling the island to the S, there was a king there who had great vessels of it and possessed a lot. This was likely the island of Cipango or Japan, Columbus thought, the fabulous place Marco Polo had written about, and he set out the next day to find it. 17. And so the man who now could call himself Don moved from island to island, snaring more natives for eventual servitude, and grilling them incoherently as to the whereabouts of the great deposits of gold. He thought he understood them to say that on one island the people wore very big bracelets of gold on their legs and arms. They didn't, and Columbus bitterly but probably correctly noted later that all they said was humbug in order to escape. But he pressed on, always believing that magnificent riches in gold and jewels lay just beyond the next landfall. Columbus continued to think he was quite close to the Asian mainland and that the people of all these islands are at war with the Grand Khan, who presumably wanted from them what Columbus wanted, their precious metals and the wealth of their forced labor. Hearing what he wanted to hear in the words of a people whose language he did not understand, the admiral was the victim of the same psychological illusions, one writer has observed, that lead us to hear sweet melodies in the chime of church bells, or to discover in the clouds familiar features or impressive images of fantastic shapes. 18. It is clear that Columbus had several purposes, none especially complex, for lusting after the gold of the Indies. Personal wealth and fame and power, of course, that is evident in everything he wrote. But there is no reason to believe he was not also sincere in his expressed desire to bring gold back to Spain in order to finance the last great crusade that would liberate the souls of all the world's infidels and heathens who were willing to convert, while at the same time crushing the bodies of those unwilling to cooperate. And, of course, there was the matter of financing the next transatlantic excursions. As Leonardo Olszewski rightly puts it, gold represented the only profit immediately realizable of such costly enterprises, and provided the most direct means of financing an oceanic expedition in this critical epoch of Spain's economic life. 19. There was little doubt in Columbus's mind that with sufficient manpower, both military and ecclesiastical, he would reap with ease a vast fortune in gold and souls. Both of these godly gifts to the admiral and to his Spanish supporters were simply there for the taking. In a letter to the King and Queen dated April 9, 1493, Columbus outlined his plans for the second voyage. Instead of the fewer than 100 men he had brought on the initial expedition, he recommended that he be allowed to transport 20 times that number so that the country may be made more secure and so that it may be more expeditiously won and managed. So great was the supply of gold that awaited them, and so effortless would be its collection, he believed, that he urged the sovereigns to establish on the islands magistrates and notaries to oversee what he repeatedly referred to as the gathering of this fabulous wealth, all of which was to be immediately melted and marked, and weighed and placed in carefully guarded chests. He also proposed that of all the gold which may be found, 1% be reserved for the erection of churches and their furniture and for the support of the priests or friars attached to them. 21% may not appear to be much, but if the admiral's estimate of how much gold awaited them had been even close to the truth, 1% could have paid for cathedrals. Following the deduction for the churches 1% of all the gold that was gathered, and a little something for the magistrates and notaries, Columbus recommended that during the first year of Hispaniola's colonization those who did the gathering be allowed to keep 1/2 of what they personally collected, the other half going to the crown. After the first year this proportional division was to be reassessed, in light of the amount of treasure actually found. Considering the immensity of riches that awaited them, however, and since, owing to the greed for gold, everyone will prefer to seek it rather than engage in other necessary occupations, Columbus suggested that during a part of the year hunting for gold should be prohibited, so that there may be on the said island an opportunity for performing other tasks of importance to it. 21. Between the time of his return from the first voyage and the date of embarkation for the second journey, word had spread everywhere in Spain of the gold and souls that Columbus had found. No longer would there be any need to enlist the services of wanted criminals or other lowlife to staff the ships of the Enterprise to the Indies. The admiral's enthusiasm was infectious, as was his avarice. The others aboard the ships that sailed with Columbus on this second voyage and those who were to follow in years and decades to come rarely were possessed by the array of motives that drove his quest for discovery and conquest. Some just wanted to save heathens. Far more just wanted to get rich. But operating in tandem, these two simple goals spelled disaster for the indigenous peoples who welcomed the shiploads in time the flood tide of Europeans who came as reapers of souls and of gold. That is because, initially at least, there were few souls wishing to be converted and very little gold to be had. Nor was either pursuit much helped by the furious epidemics that were unleashed by the Europeans soon after they came into contact with their native hosts. The men aboard the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria almost certainly spread strange, new diseases among the people of the islands they visited during the first Spanish excursion through the Caribbean from October of 1492 through January of 1493. But, as we saw in an earlier chapter, it was with the landing of the ships of the second voyage, on the northern coast of Hispaniola in January of 1494, that the first known explosion of European epidemic disease occurred. Ferdinand and Isabella had instructed Columbus not to mistreat the Indians he encountered on this second voyage. That was their word. With their deed, however, they loaded his ships with hundreds of heavily armed and armored infantry and cavalrymen, many of them battle-hardened and fresh from victory over the hated Moors in Granada. As Hispaniola's natives retreated inland from the deadly epidemics that followed immediately upon the landing of the Spanish troops, they were pursued by these soldiers of fortune who had no time to waste. Consulting his classical sources, Columbus determined that according to Ptolemy there must be plenty of gold in the rivers of this huge island. When one of the military parties he sent out returned with 3 pieces of gold that had been taken from an Indian settlement, Columbus and all of us made merry, recalled one of the participants in the revelry, not caring any longer about any sort of spicery but only of this blessed gold. Because of this, he continued, the Lord Admiral wrote to the king that he was hoping to be able shortly to give him as much gold as the iron mines of Biscay gave him iron. 22 In this excited mood Columbus sent a number of ships back to Spain and 500 troops inland to find the gold. Although not too well fitted out with clothes, wrote Michel de Cuneo, they set out on their trek. Atween going, staying, and returning, we spent 29 days with terrible weather, bad food, and worse drink. Nevertheless, out of covetousness of that gold, we all kept strong and lusty. We crossed going and coming 2 very rapid rivers, as I have mentioned above, swimming, and those who did not know how to swim had 2 Indians who carried them swimming, the same, out of friendship and for a few trifles that we gave them, carried across on top of their heads our clothes, arms, and everything else there was to be carried. 23. The trip was a painful ordeal covering many miles through difficult country. And when they reached the place they were seeking they built a fort of wood in the name of St. Thomas. There these hundreds of Spanish troops and adventurers frantically fished in the rivers that Ptolemy had said would be filled with treasure, but, wrote Cuneo, never was found by anyone a single grain of gold. He then added portentously, for this reason we were very displeased with the local Indians. 24. For months to follow, this pattern was repeated. Although there was gold on the island, and although the conquistadors ultimately found whatever was there and forced the natives to mine it for them, never did the holdings of the Indians or the products of the island's mines and rivers produce riches of the sort the soldiers had been led to expect. Unable to believe what was apparent, that this was no King Solomon's mine, the troops convinced themselves that the Indians cared as much as the Spanish did for the precious metal and that they were hoarding it in secret caches. To these men whose profession was violence, only violence could be counted on to wrest from the natives what God and the Lord Admiral had promised them. When the crossbow was invented centuries earlier, the Church had decreed it to be such a terrifying weapon that it could be used only on infidels. 25 On Hispaniola, and then on Jamaica, and elsewhere in the Caribbean it was used routinely along with the lance and the sword and the armored and hungry dog to terrorize and subdue those natives who somehow were surviving the lethal pathogens that the invaders carried in their blood and their breath. Within a matter of months 50,000 Indians were dead, the proportional equivalent of 1,500,000 American deaths today. Europe at this time was still excited over the mysteriousness of these newfound lands and their handsome and innocent people, but the men on the front lines of the endeavor to strip the Indies of its gold had long since overcome their sense of wonder with their greed and their furious sadism. Even the most educated and cultured and high-minded among the voyagers on this second expedition wasted no time in expressing their contempt for the native people. Cuneo, for example, the Italian nobleman and apparent boyhood friend of Columbus, repeatedly referred to the natives as beasts because he could not discern that they had any religion, because they slept on mats on the ground rather than in beds, because they eat when they are hungry, and because they made love openly whenever they feel like it. 26 This judgment comes, it will be recalled, from a man who took a fancy to a beautiful young native woman during this trip and, when she rebuffed his advances, thrashed her with a rope, raped her, and then boasted of what he had done. Cuneo's opinion of the natives was echoed by Dr. Diego Alvarez Chanca, a physician on the voyage who later was singled out by the Crown for a special award in recognition of his humanitarianism. For various reasons, including his disapproval of the Indians' method of laying out their towns and the fact that they ate cooked iguana, Dr. Chanca declared that the natives were barbarous and unintelligent creatures whose degradation is greater than that of any beast in the world. 27 Cuneo and Chanca and other island visitors who recorded their thoughts for posterity probably had little influence on the lance and sword and crossbow-wielding conquistadors who accompanied them, but that is only because the conquistadors did not need the encouragement of their superiors to carry out what Las Casas called their massacres and strange cruelties against the native people. Back in Europe, on the other hand, these reports were read with avidity. And before long a consistent picture began to emerge. The lands of the Indies were indeed as wondrous as Columbus originally had described them. Thus, Andrés Bernaldez, chaplain to the Archbishop of Seville, member of the Royal Council, and Grand Inquisitor, described for his faithful readers the delightful islands of Hispaniola and Cuba, the most lovely that eyes have seen, whose fields were such that they appeared to be the loveliest gardens in the world. The people of the islands, however, said this holy man who once had rejoiced in the burning of Jews and Moors in living flames until they be no more, were but a brutish race. Take no pleasure in anything save eating and women. 28. Even before his first voyage was complete, Columbus had written to Ferdinand and Isabella promising to bring back from subsequent expeditions slaves, as many as shall order, while assuring his king and queen that such Indian bondsmen will be idolaters, that is, non-Christians, which would make their trade legitimate in the supervisory view of the Church. 29. In the eyes of Hispaniola's Spanish invaders, however, hardly had the second voyage completed its minimal tasks ashore when the native idolaters were turning into full-fledged beasts. To some, that helped explain why the natives were dying so quickly and in such huge numbers, but in any case, die though they might, there were millions of them who could still be enslaved, and there was work to be done. Much gold remained to be seized. It is by no means surprising, then, that in only the second printed chronicle from the New World, the Spanish nobleman Guillermo Coma of Aragon dwelt at great length and in minute detail on the allegedly very dark and grim-visaged cannibals of the Indies. They customarily castrate their infant captives and boy slaves and fatten them like capons, was but one of his numerous imaginings. And with equal vividness and equal falsity he described the great quantities of gold that awaited the adventurous, who could gather nuggets almost like fruit from a tree. In that region, he told his readers, there are a large number of rivers and more than 24 streams, a country of such bountifulness that it is marvelous to describe and unbelievable to hear about. He continued, gold is collected by cutting away the river banks. First the water rushes in, frothing and somewhat muddy, then it becomes clear again and the heavy grains of gold which lie at the bottom are plainly revealed. They weigh a drachma more or less. There is a very lovely tale, which I should have been ashamed to relate if I had not got it from a credible witness, that a rock close to the mountain, when struck with a club, poured out a great quantity of gold, and that gold splinters flashed all over with indescribable brightness. 30. The story continues, reporting on other discoveries, such as that of a native goldsmith who supposedly crafted solid gold plates so large that no one man could lift them, and of rivers that flowed over beds that were thick with gold-bearing sand. And then Coma put all the pieces together, in homage to Columbus and the King and Queen of Spain, linking the recent memorable victory over the infidel Moors in Granada, the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, and now the exploration of the shores of the Orient, all events destined and intended for the enhancement of the religion of Christ. 31. Thus, the Indies, the most beautiful lands on earth, filled with more wealth than anyone could imagine, but also inhabited by very dark and grim-visaged cannibals and other uncivilized brutes who hoarded and hid the gold that the Spanish needed to fulfill the prophecies of the faith, the prophecies ordering them to convert or destroy the ungodly, be they Moors, Jews, or the beastly denizens of the shores of the Orient, and to bring God's kingdom home. Such was the rationale, at least, for the carnage that already was well underway, and no doubt there were those who believed it. Others were less starry-eyed, such as the famed conquistador Gonzalo Fernández de Oviedo y Valdez, who advised would-be adventurers to mouth all the right words when applying for passage to the Indies, but who added that he knew as well as they that the truth is just the opposite: you are going solely because you want to have a larger fortune than your father and your neighbors. It was this same sort of cynicism that allowed Oviedo elsewhere to write sardonically of the sanctity he felt when killing Indians. Who can deny that the use of gunpowder against pagans is the burning of incense to our Lord? 32. This is not to say that belief in the earthly paradise and its golden race of people disappeared. After all, Columbus sincerely continued to look for it and thought he had found it when he encountered, as we saw earlier, people whiter than any others I have seen in the Indies, and who, not incidentally, were more intelligent and have more ability. But as time wore on, the dominant European image of the New World's indigenous peoples was one that fit well with other very ancient Old World traditions. Columbus's story of men with one eye, and others with dogs' noses, who ate men after decapitating them, castrating them, and finally drinking their blood soon became an article of faith among many Europeans. Moreover, elsewhere in the Caribbean, it was said, there existed islands inhabited only by Amazons and others with people whose skin color was blue and whose heads were square. 33 And everywhere, whatever their physical appearance, the sins of the natives were the same: lust, gluttony, carnality, and all the other untamed and unchristian pleasures of the flesh that long had been the distinguishing characteristics of wild men and the monstrous, beastly races. Some of this had been heard before, of course, during the long centuries of holy war with the Muslims and the equally holy persecution of the Jews. But in associating the Indians with wild men and the monstrous races described in the works of Pliny and John Mandeville, something new was being added: the question of race, the question of the native people's very humanity. For while those like Señor Coma of Aragon were drawing a parallel between darkness of flesh and commitment to cannibalism, while Columbus and others were expounding on an opposite relationship involving light skin, intelligence, and closeness to God, still more Spaniards were locating evidence for the Indians' alleged inferiority within their very biology, in what was said to be the size and thickness of their skulls, writes J.H. Eliot, which indicated a deformation in that part of the body which provided an index of a man's rational powers, and which could be used to support the increasingly popular idea that the Indians were made by God to be the natural slaves of the Spanish and, indeed, of all Europeans. 34. In the preceding chapter we noted that race is an ancient Western concept and that skin color has long been one of the many characteristics with which it has been associated. 35 For most of the duration of this idea's existence, however, race was not seen as an immutable phenomenon. Skin color, for instance, commonly was viewed as environmentally changeable and, as we have seen, even semi-human monstrosities such as the dog-headed beast who became Saint Christopher were susceptible to favorable transformation. Such permittability of human essence was thoroughly compatible during Christianity's reign in Europe with the Church's fervent crusade to bring all the world's people under its heavenly wing. However, a little more than a century before Columbus put to sea on his journey that would shake the world, cracks began to appear in the edifice of Christianity's racial ecumenism. The cause of the problem was slavery. The booming slave trade in the 14th century Mediterranean was at least a two-way operation. That is, while Christian Europeans were buying shiploads of captured infidels, Muslims were doing the same thing, except that many of their purchased slaves were Christians. This greatly upset the Church and led to various methods of discouraging trade in Christian captives, including efforts to cut off all trade of any sort with Muslim countries and the excommunication of Christians caught buying or selling their religious brethren as bondsmen. However, since the Church remained devoted to its evangelical mission and to supporting the slave trade in general, a difficulty of potentially major proportions soon developed: what to do with the legally enslaved infidel who saw the light and converted to Catholicism. To order the manumission of such a person might rapidly undermine the lucrative trade in captive infidels, but to fail to free him or her would be to condone the enslavement of Christians. It was on the horns of this dilemma, writes David Bryan Davis, that the Church made an ominous decision. In 1366 the priors of Florence, who had previously given their sanction to the import and sale of infidel slaves, explained that by infidel they had meant all slaves of infidel origin, even if at the time of their arrival they belonged to the Catholic faith, and infidel origin meant simply from the land and race of the infidels. With this subtle change in definition, the priors of Florence bypassed the dilemma of baptism by shifting the basis of slavery from religious difference to ethnic origin. 36. It may have been a subtle change in definition, but the larger meaning of this declaration would signal an alteration in consciousness containing enormous and far-reaching implications. From this point forward the race of the infidels would be sufficient to justify their enslavement, and no transformations of any sort including conversion to the faith of Christ would have any bearing on their worldly condition. Less than a century later a functionally similar declaration was imposed upon Spain's Jews. In the wake of the anti-Jewish riots of 1449 in Toledo, Jews were barred from holding public office in the city. Only those citizens who could demonstrate Christian purity of blood, said the first decree of Limpeza de Sangre, were eligible for such positions. Conversion to Catholicism would no longer suffice, for oneself or even for one's descendants. Blood in effect, race was now the fundamental criterion. The conceptual underpinnings for this ominous shift in consciousness had been building for a very long time. As early as the 9th century in Aragon and Castile, the general term for nobility, caballero hidalgo, was reserved for those of specified blood and lineage. Achieved economic or other influence was insufficient to overcome the genetic exclusivity of the institution. At issue was the nobleman's allegedly unique possession of vergüenza, the sense of honor that was bestowed solely through genealogical inheritance. As Alfonso X of Castile explained, in ancient times, in order to create knights, men chose hunters in the mountains who were men of great endurance, and carpenters, and smiths and masons because they were accustomed to giving blows and their hands are strong. Also butchers, because they were used to killing live things and shedding their blood. Such men are well formed, strong and lithe. The ancients chose knights in this manner for a very long time. But when they saw that in many cases their protégés, lacking vergüenza, forgot the reasons for their elevation and instead of defeating their enemies were defeated themselves, men knowledgeable in these matters looked for knights who, by their nature, possessed vergüenza. For they held a weak man with the will to endure far preferable to a strong one who easily fled. Because of this the authorities saw to it that knights should be men of good lineage. 37. The Limpeza de Sangre was, in effect, a particularly crude and malignant revision of this long-held exclusionary principle, and during the late 15th century and for all of the 16th it became a mania throughout Spain. Specialists in genealogy known as linajudo checked and scrutinized bloodlines and pedigrees. Neither fame nor even death provided escape for those accused of being tainted. Thus, the remains of the celebrated pioneer in medicine, Garcia de Orta, were exhumed in 1580 and solemnly burned in an auto de fe held at Goa, in accordance with the posthumous punishment inflicted on crypto-Jews who had escaped the stake in their lifetime. Catholic Spaniards with distant Jewish ancestors changed their names and falsified their genealogies to avoid the ruination of their reputations or the loss of their access to professions and education. For even the most humble peasant of pure Christian ancestry now could proudly regard himself as superior to the wealthiest Marrano. It was all just a matter of blood. 38. Historically, then, it was within this evolving context of ethnic and racial discrimination that there emerged in Europe the idea that the people of the Indies might be a separate, distinct, and naturally subordinate race. By 1520 the popular Swiss physician and philosopher Paracelsus, whose eventual burial place became a Catholic shrine, was arguing that Africans, Indians, and other non-Christian peoples of color were not even descended from Adam and Eve, but from separate and inferior progenitors. 39 Paracelsus advanced this thesis less than 30 years after Columbus's first contact with the people of the Caribbean, although in that short time the Indies many millions of native peoples whose ancestry in those islands long predated even that of the Vandals and Visigoths in Spain had effectively been exterminated. But the assault on Mexico and the rest of Mazoan South America was at that moment only beginning. Paracelsus's notion of separate and unequal human creations was an early version of what in time would become known as polygenesis, one of the staples of 19th-century pseudoscientific racism. Even before the Swiss writer committed this idea to print, however, there was in circulation a complementary suggestion, put forward in 1512 by Spaniards Bernardo de Mesa and Gil Gregorio, and in 1519 by a Scotsman named John Mayer, that the Indians might be a special race created by God to fulfill a destiny of enslavement to Christian Europeans. Drawing on both Aristotle and Aquinas, the Spaniards who were meeting at the king's behest placed the matter in the context of natural law, with Gregorio contending that since it was apparent that these creatures were idle, vicious, and without charity, it was a violation of the natural order to permit them to remain free. Mayer, at the time a member of the Collège de Montaigu in Paris, first pointed out what by then was commonly accepted by most Europeans, that the recently discovered people of the New World live like beasts and indeed, in some locales, are truly wild men. Neither these facts, nor the late success of the Europeans in conquering these creatures, should be cause for surprise, Mayer thought, since as the philosopher says in the third and fourth chapters of the first book of the Politics, it is clear that some men are by nature slaves, others by nature free. On this account the philosopher says in the first chapter of the aforementioned book that this is the reason why the Greeks should be masters over the barbarians because, by nature, the barbarians and slaves are the same. 40. Few notions could have been sweeter to the minds of early 16th century Spanish thinkers, and they lost no time in adopting it. From the time of that first royal junta in 1512, at which Mesa and Gregorio had used natural law to justify enslavement of the Indians, throughout the 1520s and 1530s and 1540s while the indigenous peoples of Middle and South America were being consumed by the millions in the same inferno of disease and fiery carnage that had turned the Caribbean's natives to ash, Spain's philosophers and theologians debated among themselves whether the Indians were men or monkeys, whether they were mere brutes, or were capable of rational thought, and whether or not God intended them to be permanent slaves of their European overlords. By the time these discussions reached their famous apogee in the confrontation between Bartolomé de las Casas and Juan Gínez de Sepúlveda at Valladolid, in the summer of 1550, more native people of the Americas had been consumed in the combined conflagrations of pestilence and genocide than the mind can comprehend. Called before the so-called Council of 14 by Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor and the most powerful man in Europe, to argue whether the natives of the Americas should be considered natural slaves because, as Sepúlveda claimed, they were mere homunculi in whom you will scarcely find even vestiges of humanity, Las Casas and Sepúlveda publicly argued back and forth for about a month. Even Las Casas, the most passionate and humane European advocate for the Indians of his own time and for many years to come, felt forced to acknowledge that the Indians may be completely barbaric. However, he contended, they were not so low in the order of things that they were totally irrational or natural slaves or unfit for government. To Sepúlveda and others, on the contrary, as Las Casas rightly said, the native peoples of the Americas were indeed so barbarically inhuman that the wise may hunt down, in the same way as they would wild animals. 41. As if to anticipate and underscore this point, only a few months earlier the conquistador Pedro de Valdivia proudly announced to Charles V that he and his men had just concluded a massacre against a large community of Indians in Chile. Some 1,500 or 2,000 were killed and many others lanced, he wrote. Among the survivors whom he had taken prisoner, Valdivia saw to it that 200 had their hands and noses cut off for their contumacy, that is, for not heeding the conquistador's demands. That they behave in a sufficiently obsequious way, consistent with that of the natural slave. 42. After the debate ended, the members of the Council of 14, selected by Charles as the best minds in Spain, fell to arguing among themselves and never rendered a collective verdict, although Sepúlveda later claimed, and there is some reason to believe him, that in the end all but one of the council supported his position that the Indians were indeed divinely created beasts of burden for their conquerors. 43. In any case, if the men considered by the Holy Roman Emperor to be the most learned in the realm could not agree on this matter among themselves, the same could not be said for the Spanish masses. As Bernardino de Minaya wrote, a decade and a half before the great debate at Valladolid, the common people had long regarded as wise men those who were convinced that the American Indians were not true men, but a third species of animal between man and monkey created by God for the better service of man. 44. Or, as Oviedo had written, with widespread popular approval, naturally lazy and vicious, melancholic, cowardly, and in general a lying, shiftless people. Their marriages are not a sacrament but a sacrilege. They are idolatrous, libidinous, and commit sodomy. Their chief desire is to eat, drink, worship heathen idols, and commit bestial obscenities. What could one expect from a people whose skulls are so thick and hard that the Spaniards had to take care in fighting not to strike on the head lest their swords be blunted? 45. If that was popular opinion early in the 16th century, it doubtless was even more widespread after the Valladolid debate was over. For on at least one topic virtually all historians of this subject agree, as the 16th century war on Spanish opinion regarding the Indians was marked by a decided decline of sympathy and narrowing of vision. In J.H. Eliot's words. 46 Eliot uses as an illustrative example a series of meetings held by the Spanish clergy stationed in Mexico between 1532 and 1585, during which verbal depictions of the region's native people drastically deteriorated. An even more vivid example of this transformation involved the fabled Tupinamba people of Brazil. When first contacted by Europeans in the early years of exploration, the Tupinamba were described as the most handsome and best proportioned people in the world, virtually creatures of perfection. They were, said Pedro Vaz de Caminha in 1500, people of fine bodies and good faces as to good men, and a kind and generous people of innocence and pure simplicity to boot. An imaginative Portuguese painting of the adoration of the Magi from this time even replaced one of the traditional wise men with a young and handsome representative of these Brazilian natives, replete with distinctive feather headdress and gold earrings, bracelets, and anklets. At almost this same time, however, woodcut illustrations began appearing in other parts of Europe depicting the Brazilians as cannibals and sexual libertines. And by the 1550s, when Brazil was in the process of being denuded of its native people by European slavery, violence, and imported diseases, those very same gold and feather Tupinamba decorations could be found adorning the head and body of Satan in another Portuguese painting, a grotesque and horrific portrait of the Devil's Inferno. Meanwhile, in concert with the change in visual representation, European writers had now taken to calling these lately dubbed Brazilian paragons of pure virtue and simplicity beasts in human form, to quote Nicolas Durand de Villegagnon. 47. Such ideological transformation did not occur, of course, without a social context or without serving a larger political function. The same was true of the earlier intellectual innovations we have noted. The priors of Florence had declared as acceptable the traffic in Christian slaves who were of infidel origin because to fail to do so might have undermined the slave trade, with which the Church was so profitably involved. And the limpeza de sangre, although initially inspired by religious hatred, soon became a valuable weapon of class struggle with which low-born Spanish Catholics could push their way into positions of authority that might otherwise be held by high-born persons of Jewish ancestry. As Eliot demonstrates in his discussion of the limpeza, the doctrine functioned as a compensating code for commoners which might effectively challenge the code of the aristocracy. After all, they would argue, was it not preferable to be born of humble, but pure Christian parentage, than to be a caballero of suspicious racial antecedents? 48. In neither of these cases, certainly, was the social or political or economic function of the race discrimination in question the sole and sufficient motivation for its being institutionalized. Each one drew for its authorization on a deep well of centuries-old and symbolically embedded antipathy for its targeted victims. Once in operation, however, the racially oppressive institution justified, reinforced, and thus exacerbated the negative racial stereotypes that had made the institution permissible in the first place, which, in turn, further sanctified the institution itself. In late 15th and early 16th century Spain and Spanish America, the primary economic context within which anti-Indian racial ideologies were cultivated and institutionalized was the feverish hunt for gold. Then later, as the 16th century wore on, the context changed to the mining of silver, which was available in much greater volume. Spain at this time, as noted earlier, was a nation with effectively no manufactured items to export. It was an exporter of raw materials and an importer of finished goods. Even within its own borders Spain was plagued by a stagnating economy, with most local production intended for local consumption. With its broad and mountainous terrain, whatever goods were moved around were carried by pack mules. And despite the presence of perhaps 400,000 such primitive beasts of burden, as an exchange economy the nation was dormant. 49 One consequence of this was both very small productive volume and a great deal of duplication, along with a steady outflow of capital to those other European countries on which Spain was economically dependent. In contrast with its state of commercial impoverishment, however, 15th century advances in ship design, primarily of Portuguese inspiration, along with developments in pilotage, navigation, and cartography, and the persistence of Christopher Columbus allowed Spain, with its ideal geographic location, to lead the way in exploration of the Indies. Thus, it came about that one of the European nations that could least afford to finance colonization abroad and that had a sudden overabundance of experienced military men within its midst, due to the recent defeat of the Moors in Granada, was given first entry into the New World. The stories of indescribable wealth available in the Indies to those who could seize it, of riverbeds filled with nuggets and of boulders that shattered and poured forth gold when struck with a club, fired the imaginations of individual adventurers, of course, but it did the same for religious and financial collectivities as well. The Church now envisioned the wealth of the Indies, both in gold and in souls to harvest, as the means for launching the final crusades, while wealthy nobles and merchants knew that the Crown was in no position to direct the conquest and exploitation of the islands without deriving virtually all its financial backing from private sources. For about a dozen years, from the launching of Columbus's second voyage in 1493 to the eve of the conquests of Cuba, Jamaica, and Puerto Rico after 1506, the capital behind the provisioning of ships and stores and mercenary soldiers was raised by merchant and noble partnerships within Spain. From 1506 forward, however, the conquest of the rest of the Caribbean was financed by the gold that was taken from Hispaniola. Similarly, writes Ralph Davis, while the first attempts to settle the mainland coast were organized from Spain, the series of expeditions after 1516 which culminated in Cortez's conquest of Mexico were backed by Cuban resources, and the wealth of Mexico paid for the northward and southward extension of exploration and gave some backing to the colonization of the Panama Isthmus and, a decade later, to the conquest of Peru. Thus, one after another, Caribbean and American locales were raided and drained of their wealth, a portion of which was divided among the Crown, the conquistadors, and those who provided the conquistadors financial support, while the rest was used to mount further depredations. By and large the Spanish were uninterested in building New World colonial societies, but rather in draining the New World of its wealth. Indeed, notes Davis, by the 1570s the investment movement had been reversed and returning colonists were investing capital accumulated in America in entirely Spanish financial and industrial enterprises. 51. The first waves of Spanish violence denuded the Caribbean of its wealth in gold and, as we saw earlier, of its wealth in people as well. Once the islands were thus made barren, the Spanish found goals to pursue elsewhere, and moved on. There were about 8,000 Spaniards living on Hispaniola in 1509, for instance, forcing the few surviving Indians to produce the remaining dregs of gold that the white men hungered for, but within a decade only a few hundred Spaniards remained to begin slowly building sugar plantations on the backs of growing numbers of imported African slaves. Not only had the island's gold supply been depleted and its millions of native people effectively exterminated by then, but most of those who had done the exterminating had left for richer fields of exploitation. Davis describes well the pattern that was repeated for decades still to come. Many of the early conquerors shared in the gold finds, from the small ones in the islands to the hoard in the treasure house of Atahualpa that astounded Pizarro's followers in 1533. Yet these hoards were quickly distributed, and when the king's share and the leaders' big portions had been taken out, few rank-and-file soldiers secured enough to take them home to the longed-for life of luxurious idleness in Castile. The followers and hangers-on of the conquerors, restless, unreliable material for permanent colonial settlements, were therefore constantly on the move to seek fresh opportunities of fortune. The opening of Cuba rapidly drained Hispaniola of most of its Spanish population after 1513, news of the entry to the mainland accelerated this exodus after 1517, and it turned into a stampede from all the island settlements when Cortés secured a firm grip on the Aztec Empire in 1521. But the palace and temple hoards of Tenochtitlan were not adequate to satisfy the cravings of all the Spaniards who followed Cortés. Large numbers of them pushed on, under other leaders, into the jungles that separated Mexico from the little colony on the Panama Isthmus, over vast desert plateaus towards California, south to Colombia where gold mines were found by Quesada in 1537, and above all, after 1532, to the new bonanza in Peru. Every township established by the Spaniards in Mexico, with the exception of Mexico City and perhaps Veracruz, lost most of its Spanish population within a few years of its foundation. 52. During these years, and especially after the Incas' fabulous silver mountain of Potosi was discovered by the Spanish and converted, through the importation of forced Indian mine labor, into the most populous city in the entire Spanish Empire, vast sums of wealth flowed back to Spain from the Americas. At the beginning of the 16th century, between 1503 and 1505, Spain imported 445,266 ducats worth of treasure from the New World. By 1536 to 40 that amount had increased more than tenfold to 4,725,470 ducats. By 1571 to 75 it had more than tripled again to 14,287,931 ducats, and by the end of the century, between 1596 and 1600, it had almost tripled again to 41,314,201 ducats, nearly 100 times what it had been a century earlier. 53 But as quickly as those riches flowed back to Spain, they also flowed out of Spain's primitive and dependent economy into the pockets of the country's European creditors. As the century wore on, this bad situation steadily deteriorated, exacerbated in large measure by the imperial vision and the pauper's purse. Once all the debts were paid of Charles V and his successor, Philip II. Within Spain, during the 16th century, tax increase followed upon tax increase. At one point the tax load tripled in just 2 decades in an effort to sustain the empire's overextended growth, but still when Philip took the crown at mid-century he inherited a debt of 70 million ducats. By the time his reign was ending, 2/3 of the crown's revenues were earmarked for interest payments alone, and on a number of occasions Philip was forced to convert short-term indebtedness to long-term debt because he simply was unable to pay his obligations. 54 Emanuel Wallerstein has put it simply and well: Spain was an empire, he writes, when what was needed in the 16th century was a medium-sized state. 55. Much historiographical debate has taken place regarding the ultimate centrality of New World gold and silver to Spain's economy in the 16th century, some scholars declaring it to have been much more important than others. What is beyond debate, however, is that Spain at the time perceived the wealth of the Indies and the Americas as absolutely essential to its economic health and pursued it with the cupidity of the crudest and greediest conquistador. The conquistadors, meanwhile, were plying their lethal trade not only in the Americas. No doubt, that was where most Spanish soldiers would have liked to be spending their time, especially after stories began circulating in Spain of people like Gaspar de Espinosa, who was said to have returned home in 1522, after 8 years in Panama, with the huge fortune of 1,000,000 gold pesos. But there was fighting to be done within Europe as well. Indeed, during most of the 16th century the Old World was awash in what military historian Robert L. O'Connell calls a harvest of blood, as European killed European with an extraordinary unleashing of passion. And, of course, Spain was in the thick of it. 56. In 1568, to cite but one example among many, Philip ordered the Duke of Alva, probably the finest soldier of his day, says O'Connell, and certainly the crudest, to the Netherlands, where Philip was using the Inquisition to root out and persecute Protestants. The Duke promptly passed a death sentence upon the entire population of the Netherlands. He would have utter submission or genocide, O'Connell writes, and the veterans of Spain stood ready to enforce his will. Massacre followed upon massacre, on one occasion leading to the mass drowning of 6,000 to 7,000 Netherlanders, a disaster which the burghers of Emden first realized when several thousand broad-brimmed Dutch hats floated by. 57. As with most of his other debts, Philip did not pay his soldiers on time, if at all, which created ruptures in discipline and converted the Spanish troops into angry marauders who compensated themselves with whatever they could take. As O'Connell notes, gradually, it came to be understood that should the Spanish succeed in taking a town, the population and its possessions would constitute, in essence, the rewards. So it was that, as the revolt dragged on, predatory behavior reinforced by economic self-interest came to assume a very pure form. Thus, in addition to plunder, not only did the slaughter of adult males and ritual rape of females increasingly become routine, but other more esoteric acts began to crop up. Repeatedly, according to John Motley, Spanish troops took to drinking the blood of their victims. Point 58. If this was the sort of thing that became routine within Europe as a consequence of predatory behavior reinforced by economic self-interest on the part of the Spanish troops, little other than unremitting genocide could be expected from those very same troops when they were loosed upon native peoples in the Caribbean and Meso and South America, peoples considered by the soldiers, as by most of their priestly and secular betters, to be racially inferior, unchristian, carnal beasts, or, at best, in Bernardino de Minaya's words quoted earlier, a third species of animal between man and monkey that was created by God specifically to provide slave labor for Christian caballeros and their designated representatives. Indeed, ferocious and savage though Spanish violence in Europe was during the 16th century, European contemporaries of the conquistadors well recognized that by serving as an outlet for the energies of the unruly, in J.H. Eliot's words, the New World saved Europe, and Spain itself, from even worse carnage. It is an established fact, the 16th century Frenchman Henry de la Popelinière wrote with dry understatement, that if the Spaniard had not sent to the Indies discovered by Columbus all the rogues in his realm, and especially those who refused to return to their ordinary employment after the wars of Granada against the Moors, these would have stirred up the country or given rise to certain novelties in Spain. 59. To the front-line Spanish troops, then, once they had conquered and stolen from the Indians all the treasure the natives had accumulated for themselves, the remaining indigenous population represented only an immense and bestial labor force to be used by the Christians to pry gold and silver from the earth. Moreover, so enormous was the native population at least during the early years of each successive stage in the overall conquest that the terrorism of torture, mutilation, and mass murder was the simplest means for motivating the Indians to work, and for the same reason the seemingly endless supply of otherwise superfluous population the cheapest way of maximizing their profits was for the conquistadors to work their Indian slaves until they dropped. Replacing the dead with new captives, who themselves could be worked to death, was far cheaper than feeding and caring for a long-term resident slave population. To be sure, there were those who protested this monstrous treatment of the native people. Las Casas was the most outspoken, the most vigorous, and the most famous, although he was not alone in his efforts. However, he and his supporters were far from a majority, even within the religious fellowship. Here, for example, is what the pious Dominican Tomás Ortiz wrote to the Council of the Indies early in the 16th century regarding the New World's peoples. On the mainland they eat human flesh. They are more given to sodomy than any other nation. There is no justice among them. They go naked. They have no respect either for love or for virginity. They are stupid and silly. They have no respect for truth, save when it is to their advantage. They are unstable. They have no knowledge of what foresight means. They are ungrateful and changeable. They are brutal. They delight in exaggerating their defects. There is no obedience among them, or deference on the part of the young for the old, nor of the son for the father. They are incapable of learning. Punishments have no effect on them. They eat fleas, spiders, and worms raw, whenever they find them. They exercise none of the human arts or industries. When taught the mysteries of our religion, they say that these things may suit Castilians, but not them, and they do not wish to change their customs. I may therefore affirm that God has never created a race more full of vice and composed without the least mixture of kindness or culture. The Indians are more stupid than asses, and refuse to improve in anything. 60. The only thing demonstrably true in this litany of Christian hate was that the Indians often were understandably reluctant to give up the faiths of their forefathers and adopt the foreign religious beliefs of the people who had come to kill and torture and enslave them. In addition, many of those who appeared to have undergone conversion turned out to be backsliders, or false conversions in the first place. The Spanish, of course, had a tried and true answer to problems of this sort: the Inquisition. So they instituted among the natives inquisitorial proceedings to locate and punish those Indians who had given false witness or who had returned to idolatry after claiming to have seen the light. Thus, the friars joined the conquistadors in burning Indians at the stake. 61. If the assertions of Ortiz and others regarding the habits of the Indians were fabrications, they were not fabrications without design. From the Spaniards' enumerations of what they claimed were the disgusting food customs of the Indians to the Indians' supposed nakedness and absence of agriculture, their sexual deviance and licentiousness, their brutish ignorance, their lack of advanced weaponry and iron, and their irremediable idolatry, the conquering Europeans were purposefully and systematically dehumanizing the people they were exterminating. For the specific categories of behavior chosen for these accusations were openly derived from traditional Christian and earlier Roman and Greek ideas regarding the characteristics of fundamentally evil and non-rational creatures, from Hesiod's Bronze Race to the medieval era's wild men and witches. Thus, time and again, the enslavement and terroristic mass slaughter of Indians by the Spanish was justified by pointing to the natives' supposed ignorance or their allegedly despicable and animalistic behavior, as, for example, when Balboa's troops murdered hundreds of native people in one locale, hacking them to death and feeding them to the dogs, because Balboa claimed that some of their chiefs were addicted to the nefarious and dirty sin sodomy. 62. All this, of course, from the miraculous discovery of the Indies to the destruction of the heathenish Incas, was part of God's master plan. Indeed, the very priest who had persuaded Las Casas to become a friar, Father Domingo de Betanzos, had widely and influentially proclaimed a prophecy during the early years of the conquest that the Indians were beasts and that God had condemned the whole race to perish for the horrible sins that they had committed in their paganism. Although Betanzos eventually repudiated the prophecy just before dying while on a pilgrimage to the Holy Land several decades after pronouncing it, and apparently under pressure from some of his gentler Dominican brothers, by then it was commonly accepted truth by those of both high and low station, within the sacred as well as the secular communities. In fact, no sooner was Betanzos dead than his repudiated prophecy quickly was edited, revised, and recirculated by the Dominican chronicler de Villapadilla. 63. Some explanation, after all, had to be given for the apparent ease with which the Indians went to their graves, whether from the storms of European epidemic disease or from the blades of Spanish rapiers. 64. Since, to the minds of Europeans at that time, such extraordinary events did not occur except by divine intent, what could God's purpose be in permitting or directing the mass destruction of the native peoples? The Spanish friars were divided on this question. Some of them argued, in line with Fathers Betanzos and Ortiz, that the Indians had such a terrible history of ungodliness and especially of indulgence in sins of the flesh that God was punishing them by exterminating them, and the Spanish were merely the means of carrying out his holy will. 65 others, such as the distinguished Franciscan monk and historian Geronimo de Mendieta, contended that, on the contrary, the massive Indian die-off was God's punishment to the Spanish for their horrendous mistreatment of the natives. Because of their great evil in oppressing the Indians, Mendieta concluded, God had decided to deprive the Spanish of their seemingly inexhaustible supply of slaves and forced labor. Once the Indians are exterminated, he wrote in his Historia Ecclesiastica Indiana from Mexico in the later 16th century, I do not know what is going to happen in this land except that the Spaniards will then rob and kill each other. He continued, and concerning the plagues that we see among, I cannot help but feel that God is telling us, you are hastening to exterminate this race. I shall help you to wipe them out more quickly. You shall soon find yourselves without them, a prospect that you desire so ardently. 66. In sum, whether God was punishing the Indians for their sins or the Spanish for their cruelties, both sides in this ecclesiastical debate were agreed that God wanted the Indians dead. The conquistadors were only too happy to oblige their Lord and be his holy instrument. If the divinely ordered immolation of these creatures, whom the wisest men in Spain, after all, had long since declared to be mere beasts and natural slaves, was in the end intended to be a punishment for the conquistadors' brutality, they could worry about that in the future, while counting their gold and silver. But the crown and the merchants who were funding the New World enterprise wanted their share of the treasure now. Moreover, apart from the diseases that God was using to kill off the native people, should anyone express concern over the massive killings that took place in the mines that were supplying all that treasure, the appeal to Aristotle, now enhanced with an insidious element of outright racism, was readily available, and ever more widely employed with every passing year. The Spanish magistrate Juan de Macenzo provides just one example among many. Writing of the native people of the Andes in his 1567 government of Peru, following 6 years of service in the viceroyalty there, Macenzo declared that men of this type or complexion are, according to Aristotle, very fearful, weak, and stupid. It is clear that this is their complexion from the color of their faces, which is the same in all of them. In addition to the color of their skin, the distinguished jurist wrote, there was the evidence from the strength and shape of their bodies. It can be known that they were born for this because, as Aristotle says, such types were created by nature with strong bodies and were given less intelligence, while free men have less physical strength and more intelligence. In sum, the Spanish were justified in working the Indians to death, and in killing outright those who were reluctant to serve their natural masters, because these brute creatures were nothing more than animals who do not even feel reason, but are ruled by their passions. 67 Within a few years after Macenzo's words appeared in print, the huge tide of silver pouring into Europe from the death camp mines of Peru, silver now worth at least 8 million ducats each year, reached its enormous all-time high. Meanwhile, upwards of 8 million Peruvian natives had been turned into corpses by the Spanish, with barely 1 million remaining alive. And before long, most of those survivors would be destroyed as well. 68. Some years ago a debate took place among historians of early America concerning the priority of racism or slavery in what both sides agreed was the ultimately racist enslavement of African Americans. Some contended that, of the two, racism was the primary phenomenon, since without it racial slavery of the sort that emerged in the Americas could not have come into being. Others claimed that true racism actually followed on the heels of black slavery in the Americas, forming into a system of thought in large part as rationalization for an otherwise morally indefensible institution. Although the first of these assertions clearly is correct, so too, in a more limited sense, is the second. While 16th and 17th century Western thought was thick with anti-African racist stereotypes, as black slavery as an economic institution took hold and grew, so also did elaborate racist justifications for its moral propriety, justifications which then further encouraged the continuing expansion of the institution itself. 69. This dialectic of ongoing mutual reinforcement between ideology and institution is what historian Winthrop Jordan has called the cycle of degradation that continually fueled the engine of oppression that wearied and broke the bodies of captive African Americans for 2.5 long centuries. 70. And that ideological institutional cycle of degradation is precisely the dynamic that also emerged early on among the Spanish regarding the native peoples of the Indies and Meso and South America. Just as social thought does not bloom in a political vacuum, however, neither do institutions come into being and sustain themselves without the inspiration of economic or political necessity. In 16th century Spain, as we have seen, that necessity was created by an impoverished and financially dependent small nation that made itself into an empire that engaged in ambitious wars of expansion, but an empire with a huge and gaping hole in its treasury. No sooner were gold or silver deposited than they drained away to creditors. The only remedy for this, since control of expenditures did not fit with imperial visions, was to accelerate the appropriation of wealth. And this demanded the theft and mining of more and more New World gold and silver. The Spanish possessed neither the manpower nor the inclination for mining America's vast store of precious metals themselves. But, along with all those riches, God had provided more laborers than could be imagined, tens upon tens of millions, so many, in fact, that the first Portuguese governor of Brazil claimed it would be impossible to exhaust the supply even if the Europeans were to cut the natives up in slaughterhouses. There was, however, nothing to be gained from the wholesale butchery of Indians for mere entertainment, although that commonly did occur at the hands of enthusiastic conquistadors, while a great deal was to be achieved from working them until they collapsed. So enormous was the reservoir of native muscle and flesh that no rational slave driver would spend good money on caring for these beasts. It was more efficient simply to use them up and then replace them. Mass murder and torture and mutilation had their place, of course, as instruments of terror to recruit reluctant natives, and to be sure they stayed in line. But the extermination of entire communities and cultures, though commonplace, was rarely the Spaniards' declared end goal, since to do so meant a large expenditure of energy with no financial return. As with Hispaniola, Tenochtitlan, Cuzco, and elsewhere, the Spaniards' mammoth destruction of whole societies generally was a byproduct of conquest and native enslavement, a genocidal means to an economic end, not an end in itself. And therein lies the central difference between the genocide committed by the Spanish and that of the Anglo-Americans. In British America, extermination was the primary goal, and it was so precisely because it made economic sense. 3. By the close of the 16th century, bullion, primarily silver, made up more than 95% of all exports leaving Spanish America for Europe. Nearly that same percentage of the indigenous population had been destroyed in the process of seizing those riches. In its insatiable hunger, Spain was devouring all that was of most value in its conquered New World territories, the fabulous wealth in people, culture, and precious metals that had so excited the European imagination in the heady era that immediately followed Columbus's return from his first voyage. The number of indigenous people in the Caribbean and Meso and South America in 1492 probably had been at least equal to that of all Europe, including Russia, at the time. Not much more than a century later it was barely equal to that of England. Entire rich and elaborate and ancient cultures had been erased from the face of the earth. And by 1650 the amount of silver coming out of the Americas was down to far less than half of what it was only 50 years earlier, while gold output had fallen below 10% of what it had been. 71 For a century and more the Spanish presence in the Americas had been the equivalent of a horde of ravenous locusts, leaving little but barrenness behind them. And still, despite so many years of such incredible plunder, Spain itself remained an economic disaster. The treasure it had imported from the Indies, Mexico, and Peru only paid brief visits to the Iberian Peninsula before ending up in the coffers of Spain's northerly European creditors. In retrospect, the foundations thus were laid for the underdevelopment of Latin America as a modern Third World region. The pattern was the same in other places, wherever the path of Western conquest led. If there were vast available natural and human resources that easily could be taken and used, they were, but the end result was, at best, short-term economic growth in the area of colonization, as opposed to long-term economic development. 72. The story of British conquest and colonization in North America is, in economic terms, almost precisely the opposite of Spain's experience to the south. In the north, without a cornucopia of treasure to devour and people to exploit, the English were forced to engage in endeavors that led to long-term development rather than short-term growth, particularly in New England. Far fewer native people greeted the British explorers and colonists than had welcomed the Spanish, in part because the population of the continent north of Mexico had always been smaller and less densely settled, and in part because by the time British colonists arrived European diseases had had more time to spread and destroy large numbers of Indians in Virginia, New England, and beyond. These regions also contained nothing even remotely comparable to the exportable mineral wealth the Spanish had found in the areas they invaded. The most the northern climes had to offer in this regard was fish. To be sure, in the 16th and 17th centuries the English imported huge amounts of cod from America's North Atlantic waters, and later tobacco and furs were brought in. 73 But fish, tobacco, and furs were not the same as gold or silver. Nevertheless, despite the very dissimilar economic and native demographic situations they found, the British wasted little time in exterminating the indigenous people. The English and later the Americans, in fact, destroyed at least as high a percentage of the Indians they encountered as earlier had the Spanish, probably higher, it was only their means and motivation that contrasted with those of the conquistadors. To understand both the savagery of the Anglo-American genocide against the North American natives, and the characteristics that made it different from the earlier Spanish genocide, requires a brief glance at the political economy of Britain when its first New World explorations and settlements were being launched, then a look at Anglo-American religious and racial attitudes, and finally a return to the economic realities not of England, but of the colonies themselves. While Spain in the 16th century was overextending its primitive economy with expensive imperial adventures, thereby driving itself to financial ruin, England was developing into one of what Immanuel Wallerstein has called the strong core states of Northwest Europe that in time would become the economic heartland of the European world economy. Unlike Spain, England during this time had a strong export trade in manufactured goods, and although it ran a net deficit in its economic relationship with France, this was more than made up for by a favorable balance of trade elsewhere. 74 It was a time of relative political stability and low taxation, including no personal taxes at all. One historian has made clear the contrast between late 16th century Spain and England with a single telling statistic. While in Spain Philip II may have absorbed 10% of Castile's national income to pay for his wars in the 1580s and 1590s, Ralph Davis writes, it is doubtful whether in the same years Elizabeth I, at her wits' end to meet war expenses, took more than 3% of the national income for them. 75. For better or for worse, and it was both. England's population was growing rapidly at this time as well. From approximately 2,500,000 at the time of Columbus's birth in the mid-1400s, it had doubled to about 5 million by 1620, when the first permanent British colony was being founded in New England. Although the overall economy was comparatively healthy, the nation contained large masses of desperately poor and potentially dangerous people. The government's response included the passage of poor laws which drove the poor out of the towns and cities and into marginal rural areas, and the encouragement of migration out of the country altogether. Private individuals, like the famous advocate of exploration Richard Hakluyt, joined in the call to settle England's poor and criminal classes outside the realm, where their conditions and habits might find hope of Amendment 76. The first significant move of imperial expansion by the British at this time was into Ireland. Here, the intent of the English was in some ways similar, if on a far smaller scale, to that of the Spanish in the Indies, to convert and civilize the natives, while stripping the land bare of its wealth. In the case of Ireland, that wealth was not in gold or silver, but in timber, and in just 1 century the English despoliation reduced the amount of Ireland's rich timber land from an area covering about 12% of its territory to practically 0.77. As we saw in a previous chapter, the English also imitated the Spanish in one other way. During their invasion of Ireland they tortured and killed huge numbers of Irish people. The English treatment of Ireland's native people provides important insight into understanding the way the British later would treat the indigenous people of North America, not only because it reveals the extent to which the English would go in defining non-Englishmen as savages and destroying them in the process of seizing their land, but also because it shows how far they would not go when the native people in question were white. For while it is true that the English demolished large portions of the Irish population in the 16th century, massacring the people of Ireland in the same way their forebears had mass murdered Muslims, the example of the Irish does not equate with that of American Indians. On the contrary, it actually serves to demonstrate how differently the British treated people they regarded as lesser than themselves, but lesser in varying degrees, and different precisely because of the rapidly evolving European ideology of race. First, in their depredations and colonizing campaigns in Ireland, the English clearly distinguished between those natives who were Gaelic Irish and those certainly Irish who were known as Old English because they were descendants of earlier Anglo-Norman conquerors. Although both groups were regarded as barbaric by the English, even those British who most vociferously denounced all things Irish tended to make favourable exceptions for the Old English, since they were believed to have fallen into barbarism as a result of their long-term association with the Gaelic Irish. In contrast, as genealogically non-Anglo-Norman, the Gaelic Irish were considered always to have been barbaric. Further, in what might seem a paradox only to those innocent of the workings of the racist mind, The British sustained this invidious distinction even when they were arguing that the Old English could be more dangerous and treacherous opponents than were the more barbarous Gaelic Irish. As the Irish historian Nicholas Canny has shown, the British considered the Old English to be more formidable in these ways because they combined the perverse obstinacy of the authentic barbarian with the knowledge and expertise of civil people. 78. Authentic barbarians though they may have been in English eyes, nevertheless, the Gaelic Irish still were not so savage as the darker-skinned people the British at that same time were encountering on the huge continents of Africa and the Americas. As a result, whether living among the Gaelic Irish or the Old English populations, the British never set up segregated enclaves as those Englishmen who moved to North America did, and, despite the terrible levels of violence perpetrated by the English against the Irish, the English were always determined that in time they would assimilate all the Irish within English culture and society. Thus, writes Canny, while the establishment of British authority in Ireland was closely identified with war, brutality, and the confiscation of property, those on both sides who survived that ordeal learned how to live and associate with each other on the same territory. 79. This did not prevent enormous violence, not only in the 16th century, but during the Irish Rising of 1641–42 and long after, when tens of thousands of Irish died. However, the English all the while persisted in their efforts to meld the Irish into the British world. As Canny writes, more thought was given by Englishmen to this effort at the assimilation of a foreign population into an English-style polity than to any other overseas venture upon which they were then engaged. It will become immediately apparent that whatever the analogies drawn between the Irish and the American Indians, the reality was that English and Scots settlers of the 17th century encountered little difficulty in living in close proximity to the Irish, and that it seemed, for a time, that the different elements of the population would come together to constitute a single people. 80. Without minimizing, then, the carnage the English were willing to call down upon their Irish neighbors, such devastation like that wrought by Europeans upon other Europeans during the 30 Years' War was of the sort that Frantz Fanon once described as, in the long run, a family quarrel. 81. For even when such quarrels culminated in multiple and often horrendous instances of mass fratricide, rarely did the rhetoric or action lead to all-out efforts of extermination as they did in America. Repeatedly, when the struggle was an actual race war. From the start, the English explorers' presuppositions about the human and moral worth of America's native peoples were little different from those of the Spanish, because in large measure they were based directly on Spanish writings and reports. Throughout the 16th century, English publishers of travel literature on the Americas studiously avoided reprintings of or references to Las Casas, or to any other Spaniard with even marginally favorable views on the Indians. Rather, they drew almost exclusively on the writings of Gonzalo Fernández de Oviedo y Valdés, Francisco López de Gamarra, and other Spanish adventurers and writers who, as Lauren E. Pennington puts it, presented a nearly unrelieved picture of native savagery. 82. Indeed, the very first book on America that was published in the English language appeared in 1511, a decade before Cortés had even laid eyes upon Tenochtitlan. It described the Indians as like beasts without any reasonableness. And they it also on another. The maniteth his wyf his children. They hang also the bodies or persons fleshy in the smoke as men do with us swine's fleshy. 83. As for how such savages should be treated, notes Pennington, far from being repelled by Spanish repression of the natives, the earliest English propagandists writing about the New World looked upon as the model to be followed by their own countrymen. 84. To citizens of Britain and the lands of Northern Europe, as with the Spanish and Portuguese to the south, wild men and other creatures of half-human pedigree were as real in the 16th and 17th centuries as they had been in the Middle Ages. As always, such odd and dangerous species were given their place on the outer fringes of humanity within the great chain of being. John Locke believed in the existence of hybrid species that encompassed characteristics of the human and animal and even the plant and animal kingdoms, and so did most other intellectuals, such as the great 17th and 18th century philosopher Gottfried Leibniz. As Leibniz wrote, in the midst of a long peroration on the subject, all the orders of natural beings form but a single chain, in which the various classes, like so many rings, are so closely linked one to another that it is impossible for the senses or the imagination to determine precisely the point at which one ends and the next begins, all the species which, so to say, lie near to or upon the borderlands being equivocal, and endowed with characters which might equally well be assigned to either of the neighboring species. Thus there is nothing monstrous in the existence of zoophytes, or plant animals, as Budius calls them. On the contrary, it is wholly in keeping with the order of nature that they should exist. 85. Added Locke. In all the visible corporeal world we see no chasms or gaps. All quite down from us the descent is by easy steps, and a continued series that in each remove differ very little one from the other. There are fishes that have wings and are not strangers to the airy region, and there are some birds that are inhabitants of the water, whose blood is as cold as fishes. There are animals so near of kin both to birds and beasts that they are in the middle between both. Amphibious animals link the terrestrial and aquatic together. Not to mention what is confidently reported of mermaids or sea-men. There are some brutes that seem to have as much reason and knowledge as some that are called men, and the animal and vegetable kingdoms are so nearly joined, that if you will take the lowest of one and the highest of the other, there will scarce be perceived any great difference between them. 86. Until well into the 18th century others of the finest minds in Europe believed in, along with the principle of overlapping species continuity in the great chain of being, the existence of half-man/half-beast creatures who were the product of cross-species mating. As Keith Thomas has pointed out, even Linnaeus, in his famous 18th century classificatory system, found room for the wild man, four-footed, mute and hairy, and cited 10 examples encountered over the previous 2 centuries. In the popular mind, as in medieval days, Thomas writes, the early modern period swarmed with missing links, half man, half animal. 87. An example of especial relevance to the present discussion is the illustration of an acephala headless creature with his face in his chest among the depictions of America's native peoples in the Jesuit Joseph François Lafitaux's highly respected Customs of the American Indians, published in 1724.88. It is, therefore, far from surprising to find 16th century English sea captains, adventurers, and soldiers of fortune, all of whom had heard the most negative Spanish descriptions of the native peoples of the New World, solemnly performing inspections of captured Indians to see if they had cloven feet or other marks of the devil. To some Englishmen there also remained, for a time, the possibility that the New World natives were of some sort of Golden Age ancestry. Both these expectations can be found in the earliest writings of the British in America. Thus, for example, Arthur Barlow, after landing in Virginia in 1584 and take possession of in the right of the Queen's Most Excellent Majesty, under Her Highness Great Seal, recalled that upon encountering the Indians, we were entertained with all love and kindness and with as much bounty, after their manner, as they could possibly devise. We found the people most gentle, loving and faithful, void of all guile and treason, and such as lived after the manner of the Golden Age. A more kind and loving people, there cannot be found in the world, as far as we have hitherto had trial. 89. There is probably no more favorable description of the Indians of North America in the annals of the early explorers. This did not, however, prevent these very same Englishmen from attacking these very same Indians at the slightest provocation. We burnt, and spoiled their corn, and town, all the people being fled. 94. On the other hand, these same Virginia Indians were soon after described by the likes of Robert Gray as wild beasts, and unreasonable creatures, or brutish savages, which by reason of their godless ignorance, and blasphemous idolatry, are worse than those beasts which are of most wild and savage nature. Incredibly rude, they worship the devil, offer their young children in sacrifice unto him, wander up and down like beasts, and in manners and conditions, differ very little from beasts. 91. Any number of commentators can be summoned to support either of these contrasting views of the Indians, and still more can be called upon to provide judgments of the Indians ranging variously between these two extremes. As had been the case earlier with the Spanish, however, the more negative views very quickly came to dominate. And they were not infrequently expressed by drawing direct parallels between the experiences of the British in Virginia or New England and the Spanish in Mexico and the Caribbean. Thus, in an early treatise on the Virginia Company's progress in the New World, the company's secretary, Edward Waterhouse, discussed at length the Spanish experience with the natives of the Indies and approvingly quoted the Indian-hating and genocide-supporting conquistador Fernández de Oviedo to the effect that those Indians were by nature slothful and idle, vicious, melancholy, slovenly, of bad conditions, liars, of small memory, of no constancy or trust, less capable than children of 6 or 7 years old, and less apt and ingenious. Oviedo's description of the Indies' indigenous inhabitants was offered the reader, Waterhouse said, that you may compare and see in what, and how far, it agrees with that of the natives of Virginia. Indeed, so closely did it agree, he contended, that the proper response of the British against this viperous brood of pagan infidels should be the same as that meted out by the Spanish, extermination. 92 This conclusion was reached, it should be noted, at a time when there were barely 2,000 Englishmen living in all of North America, and nearly a decade before Britain's Massachusetts Bay Company would be sending settlers into New England. There are other ways in which we now can see, retrospectively, how the evolution of British racial thought in North America paralleled what had happened previously among the Spanish and Portuguese. We noted earlier, for instance, how changing Portuguese attitudes toward the Indians of Brazil were illustrated dramatically in an early 16th century painting of the Gift of the Magi that used a depiction of a Brazilian Indian in place of one of the wise men calling on the Christ child, followed by a mid-16th century painting that used a feather-bedecked Indian of the same region to illustrate a depiction of Satan in his lair of hell. A similar transformation in the Europeans' moral perceptions of Virginia's Indians is traceable in the famous illustrations of Theodore de Bry and his sons, throughout the 30 volumes of pictorial representations they published between 1590 and 1634. From initial imagery suggestive of Virginia as a place inhabited by people, in Barlow's words, who lived after the manner of the Golden Age, iconographic evolution soon converted that world into a place of monstrously deformed and diseased savages. To the European artists, as to Europeans in general, notes Bernadette Bucher in her structural analysis of the Debris illustrations, there was from the start a categorical ambiguity surrounding the New World's native peoples. Citing the work of anthropologist Mary Douglas, Bucher notes that beings and things that participate in 2 or more categories as fixed by a given culture appear ambiguous and monstrous for that reason, and become instantly burdened with interdictions, horror, and disgust. At first, the Amerindian, by his very existence on a previously unknown continent and the mystery surrounding his origins, introduced chaos into the order of things such as the Europeans imagined it in their own cosmogony, moral code, and ideas on the origin of man. 93. But before long, as Bucher says, the Europeans became fairly settled in their opinion that while the Indians were likely human, they were not so in an unambiguous sense, for if they were men, they were men without God, without law, without breeches. These final 2 words presumably are an unattributed reference to the closing sentence of Michel de Montaigne's famous ironic essay, of Cannibals, in which Montaigne, writing in the late 1570s, favorably compares the life and culture and dignity of the American Indian to that of the real savages of Europe, only to conclude sarcastically, but what of it? They don't wear breeches. 94. If Montaigne and Bucher were being pointedly light-hearted, however, many other Europeans saw nothing amusing in the stories of the Indians' near-nakedness and what it represented in terms of the allegedly libidinous and bestial nature of these people of the fearsome wilderness. And there is no doubt that that is how Europe was coming to regard the New World peoples. Indeed, as John Hyam recently has demonstrated, artistic conventions of the time personified each of the world's continents as female, but in distinct and individually stereotyped ways. To differentiate America from Africa and Asia, artists relied chiefly on her partial or complete nudity. Asia was always fully clothed, often sumptuously so. Africa, attired in sometimes revealing but always elegant dress, was supposed to look Moorish, since Europeans were most familiar with the Mediterranean littoral. America alone was a savage. 95. In recent years some historians have begun pointing out that the British colonists in Virginia and New England greatly intensified their hostility toward and their barbarous treatment of the Indians as time wore on. One of the principal causes of this change in temperament, according to these scholars, was the Europeans' realization that the native people were going to persist in their reluctance to adopt English religious and cultural habits, no matter how intense the British efforts to convert them. No doubt they are correct in this interpretation, a notion that is not at all at odds with Bucher's structural analysis of the Debris iconography, with the earlier Spanish experience, or with the traditional Christian suspicion, at least since Augustine, that stubborn resistance to conversion by those living beyond the margins of civilization was a sign that they were less than rational and thus less than human. But this increased antipathy and violence was a matter of escalating degree, not a wholesale change in consciousness. 96 For as we have seen at some length in the preceding pages, the Europeans' predisposition to racist enmity regarding the Indians had long been both deeply embedded in Western thought and was intimately entwined with attitudes toward nature, sensuality, and the body. That there were some Europeans who appreciated and even idealized native cultural values and some settlers who ran off to live with the Indians because they found their life ways preferable to their own is undeniable. But these were rarities, and rarities with little influence, within a steadily rising flood tide of racist opinion to the contrary. 97. What in fact was happening in those initial years of contact between the British and America's native peoples was a classic case of self-fulfilling prophecy, though one with genocidal consequences. Beginning with a false prejudgment of the Indians as somehow other than conventionally human in European terms, everything the Indians did that marked them as incorrigibly non-European and non-Christian and therefore as permanently non-civilized in British eyes enhanced their definitionally less than human status. Treating them according to this false definition naturally brought on a resentful response from the Indians, one which only proved that the definition had been valid from the start. In his famous study of this phenomenon, Robert K. Merton, after quoting the sociological dictum that if men define situations as real, they are real in their consequences, pointed out that the specious validity of the self-fulfilling prophecy perpetuates a reign of error. 98 In the early and subsequent years of British-Indian contact, however, it produced and perpetuated a reign of terror because it was bound up with an English lust for power, land, and wealth, and because the specific characteristics that the English found problematic in the Indians were attributes that fit closely with ancient but persistently held ideas about the anti-Christian hallmarks of infidels, witches, and wild men. It was only to be expected, therefore, that when the witchcraft crisis at Salem broke out as the 17th century was ending, it would be blamed by New England's foremost clergymen on the Indians, whose chief sagamores are well known, unto some are captives, to have been horrid sorcerers, and hellish conjurers, and such as conversed with daemons. 99 Indeed, as Richard Slotkin has shown, the fusion of the satanic and the native in the minds of the English settlers by this time had become so self-evident as to require no argument. Thus, when a young woman named Mercy Short became possessed by the devil, she described the beast who had visited her as a wretch no taller than an ordinary walking staff. He was not of a Negro, but of a tawny, or an Indian color. He wore a high-crowned hat, with straight hair, and had one cloven foot. Observes Slotkin, he was, in fact, a figure out of the American Puritan nightmare. Indian-colored, dressed in a Christian's hat, with a beast's foot, a kind of Indian Puritan, man-animal half-breed. 100. In the preceding chapter we explored at some length Catholic doctrines of asceticism, purity, and religious self-righteousness and intolerance, as well as the Church's murderous treatment of those it regarded as unchanged caste and impure non-believers. But Protestantism deserves some scrutiny in its own right. For even though most of England's Protestants had shunted aside asceticism of the specifically contemptus mundi variety, asceticism in the larger sense remained alive and well for centuries. Indeed, probably never before in Christian history had the idea that humankind was naturally corrupt and debased reached and influenced the daily lives of a larger proportion of the lay community than during New England's 17th and early 18th centuries. New England Congregationalist Susanna Anthony was only one among many thousands of Protestant divines who as late as the 1760s delighted in examining her soul and in phrases reminiscent of her saintly Catholic sisters from 4 and 5 centuries earlier, discovering the sinfulness of my nature, the corrupt fountain from whence proceeded every sinful act. My heart has looked like a sink of sin, more loathsome than the most offensive carrion that swarms with hateful vermin. My understanding dark and ignorant, my will stubborn, my affections carnal, corrupt and disordered, every faculty depraved and vitiated, my whole soul deformed and polluted, filled with pride, enmity, carnality, hypocrisy, self-confidence, and all manner of sins. Woe is me, because of the leprosy of sin, by which I am so defiled, that I pollute all I touch. Good God, what a leprous soul is this! How polluted, how defiled! What a running sore, that pollutes all I touch! 101. Unlike her medieval Catholic forebears, Miss Anthony did not accompany this torrent of self-hatred with self-inflicted physical abuse. But like them before her, the more she expressed her loathing for the rottenness of her heart and will and all her sensual affections, the more admirable and godly a person she was in her own eyes and in those of others. Such sanctification of what one commentator has described as the furtive gratifications of an ascetic sadism was, after all, the evangelical way. And as Philip Graven clearly has shown, in the fanatical and obsessive efforts of people like Miss Anthony and her spiritual kin to placate implacable consciences and in their systematic efforts to mortify and subdue the body and the self, along with their consequently heightened perception of the world as a dangerous and seductive place, the early New England settlers of evangelical Puritan character often saw evidence of anger and hostility in other people which they denied within themselves. And in no people did they see such things so clearly as in the indigenous people of the territory they were invading, who became the unwilling victims of the Protestants' unending warfare with the unregenerate world in which they lived. 102. This also is why what David Bryan Davis once said about the belated emergence of the anti-slavery movement was equally true regarding the unlikelihood of any semblance of humanitarian concern for the Indians gaining serious support during this time. It could not and would not happen so long as Christians continued to believe that natural man was totally corrupt, that suffering and subordination were necessary parts of life, and that the only true freedom lay in salvation from the world. 1034. A core principle of the saintly Puritans' belief system was that the natural condition of the hearts of all humans prior to their conversion to Christ, even the hearts of the holiest and most innocent of Christian infants, was, in the esteemed New England minister Benjamin Wadsworth's words, a mere nest, root, fountain of sin and wickedness. 104. By defining the Indians as bestial and as hopelessly beyond conversion, then the colonists were declaring flatly that these very same words aptly described the natives' permanent racial condition. And to tolerate known sin and wickedness in their midst would be to commit sin and wickedness themselves. Moreover, and ominously, from the earliest days of settlement the British colonists repeatedly expressed a haunting fear that they would be contaminated by the presence of the Indians, a contamination that must be avoided lest it become the beginning of a terrifying downward slide toward their own bestial degeneration. Thus, unlike the Spanish before them, British men in the colonies from the Carolinas to New England rarely engaged in sexual relations with the Indians, even during those times when there were few if any English women available. Legislation was passed that banished forever such mixed-race couples, referring to their offspring in animalistic terms as abominable mixture and spurious issue, though even without formal prohibitions such intimate encounters were commonly reckoned a horrid crime with us. In the words of one colonial Pennsylvanian. 105. It is little wonder, then, that Mercy Short described the creature that possessed her as both a demon and, in Slotkin's words, a kind of Indian Puritan, man-animal half-breed, for this was the ultimate and fated consequence of racial contamination. Again, however, such theological, psychological, and legislative preoccupations did not proceed to the rationalization of genocide without a social foundation and impetus. And if a possessive and tightly constricted attitude toward sex, an abhorrence of racial intermixture, and a belief in humankind's innate depravity had for centuries been hallmarks of Christianity, and therefore of the West's definition of civilization. By the time the British exploration and settlement of America had begun, the very essence of humanity also was coming to be associated in European thought with a similarly possessive, exclusive, and constricted attitude toward property. For it is precisely of this time that R.H. Tawney was writing when he observed the movement away from the earlier medieval belief that private property is a necessary institution, at least in a fallen world. But it is to be tolerated as a concession to human frailty, not applauded as desirable in itself, to the notion that the individual is absolute master of his own, and, within the limits set by positive law, may exploit it with a single eye to his pecuniary advantage, unrestrained by any obligation to postpone his own profit to the well-being of his neighbors, or to give account of his actions to a higher authority. 106. The concept of private property as a positive good and even an insignia of civilization took hold among both Catholics and Protestants during the 16th century. Thus, for example, in Spain, Juan Ginés de Sepúlveda argued that the absence of private property was one of the characteristics of people lacking even vestiges of humanity, and in Germany at the same time Martin Luther was contending that the possession of private property was an essential difference between men and beasts. 107. In England, meanwhile, Sir Thomas More was proclaiming that land justifiably could be taken from any people holdeth a piece of ground void and vacant to no good or profitable use, an idea that also was being independently advanced in other countries by Calvin, Melanchthon, and others. Typically, though, none was as churlish as Luther, who pointed out that the Catholic Saint Francis had urged his followers to get rid of their property and give it to the poor. I do not maintain that Saint Francis was simply wicked, wrote Luther, but his works show that he was a weak-minded and freakish man, or to say the truth, a fool. 108. The idea that failure to put property to good or profitable use was grounds for seizing it became especially popular with Protestants, who thereby advocated confiscating the lands owned by Catholic monks. As Richard Schlatter explains, the monks were condemned, not for owning property, but because they did not use that property in an economically productive fashion. At best they used it to produce prayers. Luther and the other Reformation leaders insisted that it should be used, not to relieve men from the necessity of working, but as a tool for making more goods. The attitude of the Reformation was practically, not prayers, but production. And production, not for consumption, but for more production. 109. The idea of production for the sake of production, of course, was one of the central components of what Max Weber was to call the Protestant ethic. But it also was essential to what C.B. Macpherson has termed the ideology of possessive individualism. And at the heart of that ideology was a political theory of appropriation that was given its fullest elaboration in the second of John Locke's two treatises of government. In addition to the property of his own person, Locke argued, all men have a right to their own labor and to the fruits of that labor. When a person's private labor is put to the task of gathering provisions from the common realm, the provisions thus gathered become the private property of the one who labored to gather them, so long as there are more goods left in the common realm for others to gather with their labor. But beyond the right to the goods of the land, Locke argued, was the right to the earth itself. It is, he says, plain that the same logic holds with the land itself as with the products of the land. As much land as a man tills, plants, improves, cultivates, and can use the product of, so much is his property. He by his labor does, as it were, enclose it from the common. 110. Only through the ability to exercise such individual acquisitiveness, thought Locke, does a man become fully and truly human. However, notes Macpherson, concealed within this celebration of grasping and exclusive individualism was the equally essential notion that full individuality for some was produced by consuming the individuality of others. Thus, the greatness of 17th-century liberalism was its assertion of the free rational individual as the criterion of the good society. Its tragedy was that this very assertion was necessarily a denial of individualism to half the nation. 111. Indeed, more than a denial of individualism, Locke's proposals for how to treat the landless poor of his own country whom he considered a morally depraved lot were draconian. They were to be placed into workhouses and forced to perform hard labor, as were all their children above the age of 3. As Edmund S. Morgan observes, this proposal stopped a little short of enslavement, though it may require a certain refinement of mind to discern the difference. 112. Locke's work, of course, postdates the era of early British colonization in North America, but the kernels of at least these aspects of his thought were present and articulated prior to the founding of the English colonies in the work of Luther, Calvin, More, Melanchthon, and other British and continental thinkers. 113 An obvious conclusion derivable from such an ideology was that those without a Western sense of private property were, by definition, not putting their land to good or profitable use, as More phrased it, and that therefore they deserved to be dispossessed of it. Thus, in More's Utopia, first published in Latin in 1516 and in English in 1551, he envisions the founding of a colony wherever the natives have much unoccupied and uncultivated land. Should the natives object to this taking of their property, or should they refuse to live according to their laws, the settlers are justified in driving the natives from the territory which they carve out for themselves. If they resist, they wage war against them. 114 In practice this became known as the principle of vacuum domicilium, and the British colonists in New England appealed to it enthusiastically as they seized the shared common lands of the Indians. 115. One of the first formal expressions of this justification for expropriation by a British colonist was published in London in 1622 as part of a work entitled Mort's Relation, or a journal of the plantation of Plymouth. The author of this piece describes the lawfulness of removing out of England into parts of America as deriving, first, from the singular fact that our land is full. Their land is empty. He then continues. This then is a sufficient reason to prove our going thither to live lawful. Their land is spacious and void, and they are few and do but run over the grass, as do also the foxes and wild beasts. They are not industrious, neither have art, science, skill, or faculty to use either the land or the commodities of it, but all spoils, rots, and is marred for want of manuring, gathering, ordering, etc. As the ancient patriarchs therefore removed from straighter places into more roomy, where the land lay idle and wasted and none used it, though there dwelt inhabitants by them. So is it lawful now to take a land which none useth and make use of it. 116. The most well-known and more sophisticated statement on the matter, however, came from the pen of the first governor of the Massachusetts Bay Colony, John Winthrop. While still in England, on the eve of joining what became known as the Great Migration to Massachusetts in the 1630s, Winthrop compiled a manuscript justifying the undertakers of the intended plantation in New England, and answering specific questions that might be raised against the enterprise. The first justification, as with Columbus nearly a century and a half earlier, was spiritual, to carry the gospel into those parts of the world, to help on the coming of the fullness of the Gentiles, and to raise a bulwark against the kingdom of Antichrist, an understandable reason for a people who believed the world was likely to come to an end during their lifetime. 117 Very quickly, however, Winthrop got to the possible charge that we have no warrant to enter upon that land which hath been so long possessed by others. He answered, that which lies common, and hath never been replenished or subdued is free to any that possess and improve it, for God hath given to the sons of men a double right to the earth. There is a natural right, and a civil right. The first right was natural when men held the earth in common, every man sowing and feeding where he pleased. Then as men and their cattle increased, they appropriated certain parcels of ground by enclosing and peculiar monuments, and this in time gat them a civil right. As for the natives in New England, they enclose no land, neither have any settled habitation, nor any tame cattle to improve the land by, and so have no other but a natural right to those countries, so as if we leave them sufficient for their use, we may lawfully take the rest, there being more than enough for them and us. 118. In point of fact, the Indians had thoroughly improved the land, that is, cultivated it for centuries. They also possessed carefully structured and elaborated concepts of land use and of the limits of political dominion, and they were, as Roger Williams observed in 1643, very exact and punctual in the bounds of their land, belonging to this or that prince or people. 119 This was, however, not private ownership as the English defined the term, and it is true that probably no native people anywhere in the Western Hemisphere would have countenanced a land use system that, to return to Tawny's language, allowed a private individual to exploit with a single eye to his pecuniary advantage, unrestrained by any obligation to postpone his own profit to the well-being of his neighbors. And thus, in the view of the English, were the Indian nations savage. For unlike the majority of the Spanish before them who, in Las Casas's words, kill and destroy such an infinite number of souls only to acquire gold, and to swell themselves with riches in a very brief time and thus rise to a high estate disproportionate to their merits, all that the English wanted was the land. To that end, the Indians were merely an impediment. Unlike the situation in New Spain, the natives living in what were to become the English colonies had, in effect, no use value. With the exception of the earliest British explorers in the 16th century, England's adventurers and colonists in the New World had few illusions of finding gold or of capturing Indians for large-scale enslavement. Nor did they have an impoverished European homeland, like Spain, that was desperate for precious goods that might be found or stolen or wrenched from American soil in order to sustain its imperial expansion. They did, however, have a homeland that seemed to be bursting at the seams with Englishmen, and they felt they needed what in another language in another time became known as Lebensraum. And so, during the first century of successful British settlement in North America, approximately twice as many English men and women moved to the New World as had relocated from Spain to New Spain during the previous 100 years. And unlike the vast majority of the Spanish, the British came with families, and they came to stay. 120. To that flood of British colonists the Indians were, at best, a superfluous population, at least once they had taught the English how to survive. In Virginia, true plantation agriculture did not begin until after most of the Indians had been exterminated, whereupon African slaves were imported to carry out the heavy work, while in New England the colonists would do most of the agricultural tasks themselves, with the help of British indentured servants, but they required open land to settle and to cultivate. A simple comparison between the inducements that were given the early Spanish and the early British New World settlers reveals the fundamental difference between the two invasions. The Spanish, with the repartimento, were awarded not land but large numbers of native people to enslave and do with what they wished. The English, with the head right, were provided not with native people but with 50 acres of land for themselves and 50 acres more for each additional settler whose transatlantic transportation costs they paid. These differences in what material things they sought had deep effects as well on how the Spanish and the English would interpret their respective American environments and the native peoples they encountered there. Thus, however much they slaughtered the natives who fell within their orbit, the Spanish endlessly debated the ethical aspects of what it was that they were doing, forcing upon themselves elaborate, if often contorted and contradictory, rationalizations for the genocide they were committing. As we saw earlier, for example, Franciscans and Dominicans in Latin America argued strenuously over what God's purpose was in sending plagues to kill the Indians, some of them contending that he was punishing the natives for their sins, while others claimed he was chastening the Spanish for their cruelties by depriving them of their slaves. Additionally, throughout the first century of conquest Spanish scholars were embroiled in seemingly endless debates over the ethical and legal propriety of seizing and appropriating Indian lands, disputes that continued to haunt independence struggles in Spanish America well into the 19th century. 121 No such disputation took place among the Anglo-American colonists or ministers, however, because they had little doubt as to why God was killing off the Indians or to whom the land rightfully belonged. It is, in short, no accident that the British did not produce their own Las Casas. As early as the first explorations at Roanoke, Thomas Harriot had observed that whenever the English visited an Indian village, within a few days after our departure, the people began to die very fast, and many in a short space, in some towns about 20, in some 40, in some 60, and in one 60, which in truth was very many in respect of their numbers. As usual, the British were unaffected by these mysterious plagues. In initial explanation, Harriet could only report that some astrologers, knowing of the eclipse of the sun, which we saw the same year before on our voyage thitherward, thought that might have some bearing on the matter. But such events as solar eclipses and comets were, like the epidemics themselves, the work of God. No other interpretation was possible. And that was why, before long, Harriet also was reporting that there seemed to be a divinely drawn pattern to the diseases. Miraculously, he said, they affected only those Indian communities where we had any subtle device practiced against us. 122. In other words, the Lord was selectively punishing only those Indians who plotted against the English. Needless to say, the reverse of that logic was equally satisfying, that is, that only those Indians who went unpunished were not evil. And if virtually all were punished? The answer was obvious. As William Bradford was to conclude some years later, when epidemics almost totally destroyed the Indian population of Plymouth Colony, without affecting the English, it pleased God to visit these Indians with a great sickness and such a mortality that of 1,000, above 9,500 of them died, and many of them did rot above the ground for want of burial. All followers of the Lord could only give thanks to the marvelous goodness and providence of God, Bradford concluded. It was a refrain that soon would be heard throughout the land. After all, prior to the Europeans' arrival, the New World had been but a hideous and desolate wilderness, Bradford said elsewhere, a land full of wild beasts and wild men. 123. In killing the Indians in massive numbers, then, the English were only doing their sacred duty, working hand in hand with the God who was protecting them. For nothing else, only divine intervention, could account for the prodigious pestilence that repeatedly swept the land of 19 out of every 20 Indian inhabitants, wrote Cotton Mather, so that the woods were almost cleared of these pernicious creatures, to make room for a better growth. Often this teamwork of God and man seemed to be perfection itself, as in King Philip's War. Mather recalled that in one battle of that war the English attacked the native people with such ferocity that their city was laid in ashes. Above 20 of their chief captains were killed, a proportionable desolation cut off the interior salvages, mortal sickness, and horrid famine pursued the remainders of them, so we can hardly tell where any of them are left alive upon the face of the earth. 124. Thus the militant agencies of God and his chosen people became as one. Mather believed, with many others, that at some time in the distant past the miserable salvages known as Indians had been decoyed by the devil to live in isolation in America in hopes that the gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ would never come here to destroy or disturb his absolute empire over them. 125. But God had located the evil brutes and sent his holiest Christian warriors over from England, where with the help of some divinely sprinkled plagues they joyously had irradiated an Indian wilderness. 126. It truly was, as another New England saint entitled his own History of the Holy Settlement, a wonder-working providence. 4. Again and again the explanatory circle closed upon itself. Although they carried with them the same 1,000 years and more of repressed, intolerant, and violent history that earlier had guided the conquistadors, in their explorations and settlements the English both left behind and confronted before them very different material worlds than had the Spanish. For those who were their victims it didn't matter very much. In addition to being unchristian, the Indians were uncivilized and perhaps not even fully human. The English had been told that by the Spanish, but there were many other proofs of it. One was the simple fact that the natives roamed the woods like wild beasts, with no understanding of private property holdings or the need to make improvements on the land. In their generosity the Christian English would bring to these benighted creatures the word of Christ and guidance out of the dark forest of their barbarism. For these great gifts the English only demanded in return it was, after all, their God-given right whatever land they felt they needed to bound and fence at will, and quick capitulation to their religious ways. In fact, no serious effort ever was made by the British colonists or their ministers to convert the Indians to the Christian faith. Nor were the Indians especially receptive to the token gestures that were proffered, they were quite content with their people's ancient ways. 127 In addition, it was not long before the English had outworn their welcome with demands for more and more of the natives' ancestral lands. Failure of the Indians to capitulate in either the sacred or the secular realms, however, was to the English all the evidence they needed, indeed, all that they were seeking to prove that in their dangerous and possibly contaminating bestiality the natives were an incorrigible and inferior race. But God was making a place for his Christian children in this wilderness by slaying the Indians with plagues of such destructive power that only in the Bible could precedents for them be found. His divine message was too plain for misinterpretation. And the fact that it fit so closely with the settlers' material desires only made it all the more compelling. There was little hope for these devils' helpers of the forest. God's desire, proved by his unleashing wave upon wave of horrendous pestilence and pestilence that killed selectively only Indians, was a command to the saints to join his holy war. Writing of New England's Puritans, Sake van Berkovich makes clear an essential point. The Puritans, despite their missionary pretenses, regarded the country as theirs and its natives as an obstacle to their destiny as Americans. They could remove that obstacle either by conversion, or else by extermination, and since the former course proved insecure, they had recourse to the latter. The Spanish, for all their rhetoric of conquest, regarded the country as the Indians and native recruitment as essential to their design of colonization. 128. Given that difference, Berkovich continues, the Iberian colonists saw themselves as Spaniards in an inferior culture. By that prerogative, they converted, coerced, educated, enslaved, reorganized communities, and established an intricate caste system, bound by a distinctly Spanish mixture of feudal and Renaissance customs. The Anglo-American colonists, in contrast, simply obliterated the natives they encountered, for they considered themselves, almost from the start, as new men, in Crevecoeur's famous phrase, in a new land, and not as expatriates in a foreign place. Berkovich illustrates what he calls the subsequent New World Spaniards' profound identity crisis as Americanos by citing Simon Bolivar's Jamaica letter of 1815, following the outbreak of revolution against Spain. We were not prepared to secede from the mother country, Bolivar wrote, we were left orphans. Uncertain of our destiny. We scarcely retain a vestige of what once was. We are, moreover, neither Indian nor European, but an intermediate species between the legitimate owners of this country and the Spanish usurpers. 129. The point is further sharpened if we compare Bolivar's lament after more than 3 centuries of Spanish rule in Latin America with the boastful and self-confident words of Thomas Jefferson's first inaugural address, delivered more than a dozen years before Bolivar's letter and less than 2 centuries since the founding of the first permanent English colonies. A rising nation, spread over a wide and fruitful land, traversing all the seas with the rich productions of their industry, engaged in commerce with nations who feel power and forget right, advancing rapidly to destinies beyond the reach of the mortal eye. When I contemplate these transcendent objects, and see the honor, the happiness, and the hopes of this beloved country committed to the issue, and the auspices of this day, I shrink from the contemplation, and humble myself before the magnitude of the undertaking. 130. It was in pursuit of these and other grand visions that Jefferson later would write of the remaining Indians in America that the government was obliged now to pursue them to extermination, or drive them to new seats beyond our reach. For the native peoples of Jefferson's rising nation, of his beloved country, far from being Bolivar's legitimate owners, were in truth, most Americans believed, little more than dangerous wolves. Andrew Jackson said this plainly in urging American troops to root out from their dens and kill Indian women and their whelps, adding in his second annual message to Congress that while some people tended to grow melancholy over the Indians being driven by white Americans to their tomb, an understanding of true philanthropy reconciles the mind to these vicissitudes as it does to the extinction of one generation to make room for another. 131. Before either Jefferson or Jackson, George Washington, the father of the country, had said much the same thing, the Indians were wolves and beasts who deserved nothing from the whites but total ruin. 132 And Washington himself was only repeating what by then was a very traditional observation. Less than a decade after the founding of the Massachusetts Bay Colony in 1630, for example, it was made illegal to shoot off a gun on any unnecessary occasion, or at any game except an Indian or a wolf. As Barry Lopez has noted, this was far from a single incident comparison. So alike did Indians and wolves appear to even the earliest land-hungry New England colonist that the colonist fell to dealing with them in similar ways. He set out poisoned meat for the wolf and gave the Indian blankets infected with smallpox. He raided the wolf's den to dig out and destroy the pups, and stole the Indians' children. When he was accused of butchery for killing wolves and Indians, he spun tales of Mohawk cruelty and of wolves who ate fawns while they were still alive. Indians and wolves who later came into areas where there were no more of either were called renegades. Wolves that lay around among the buffalo herds were called loafer wolves, and Indians that hung around the forts were called loafer Indians. 133. As is so often the case, it was New England's religious elite who made the point more graphically than anyone. Referring to some Indians who had given offense to the colonists, the Reverend Cotton Mather wrote, "Once you have but got the track of those ravenous howling wolves, then pursue them vigorously, turn not back till they are consumed. Beat them small as the dust before the wind." Lest this be regarded as mere rhetoric, empty of literal intent, consider that another of New England's most esteemed religious leaders, the Reverend Solomon Stoddard, as late as 1703 formally proposed to the Massachusetts governor that the colonists be given the financial wherewithal to purchase and train large packs of dogs to hunt Indians as they do bears. There were relatively few Indians remaining alive in New England by this time, but those few were too many for the likes of Mather and Stoddard. The dogs would be an extreme terror to the Indians, Stoddard wrote, adding that such dogs would do a great deal of execution upon the enemy and catch many an Indian that would be too light of foot for us. Then, turning from his equating of native men and women and children with bears deserving to be hunted down and destroyed, Stoddard became more conventional in his imagery. If the Indians were as other people, he acknowledged, it might be looked upon as inhumane to pursue them in such a manner, but, in fact, the Indians were wolves, he said, and are to be dealt with all as wolves. 134 For 200 years to come Washington, Jefferson, Jackson, and other leaders, representing the wishes of virtually the entire white nation, followed these ministers' genocidal instructions with great care. It was their Christian duty as well as their destiny. In sum, when in 1492 the seal was broken on the membrane that for tens of thousands of years had kept the residents of North and South America isolated from the inhabitants of the Earth's other inhabited continents, the European adventurers and colonists who rushed through the breach were representatives of a religious culture that was as theologically arrogant and violence-justifying as any the world had ever seen. Nourished by a moral history that despised the self and that regarded the body and things sensual as evil, repulsive, and bestial, it was a culture whose holiest exemplars not only sought out pain and degradation as the foundation of their faith, but who simultaneously both feared and pursued what they regarded as the dark terrors of the wilderness in the world outside as well as the wilderness of the soul within. It was a faith that considered all humanity in its natural state to be sick, suffering, and helpless because its earliest mythical progenitors who for a time had been the unclothed inhabitants of an innocent earthly paradise had succumbed to a sensual temptation that was prohibited by a jealous and angry God, thereby committing an original sin that thenceforth polluted the very essence of every infant who had the poor luck to be born. Ghastly and disgusting as the things of this world including their own persons were to these people, they were certain of at least one thing, that their beliefs were absolute truth, and that those who persisted in believing otherwise could not be tolerated. For to tolerate evil was to encourage evil, and no sin was greater than that. Moreover, if the flame of intolerance that these Christian saints lit to purge humanity of those who persisted down a path of error became a sacred conflagration in the form of a crusade or holy war, that was only so much the better. Such holocausts themselves were part of God's divine plan, after all, and perhaps even were harbingers of his Son's imminent second coming. It is impossible to know today how many of the very worldly men who first crossed the Atlantic divide were piously ardent advocates of this worldview, and how many merely unthinkingly accepted it as the religious frame within which they pursued their avaricious quests for land and wealth and power. Some were seeking souls. Most were craving treasure, or land on which to settle. But whatever their individual levels of theological consciousness, they encountered in this new world astonishing numbers of beings who at first seemed to be the guardians of a latter-day Eden, but who soon became for them the very picture of satanic corruption. And through it all, as with their treatment of Europe's Jews for the preceding half-millennium and as with their response to wildness and wilderness since the earliest dawning of their faith, the Christian Europeans continued to display a seemingly antithetical set of tendencies: revulsion from the terror of pagan or heretical pollution and, simultaneously, eagerness to make all the world's repulsive heretics and pagans into followers of Christ. In its most benign racial manifestation, this was the same inner prompting that drove missionaries to the ends of the earth to Christianize people of color, but to insist that their new converts worship in segregated churches. Beginning in the late 18th century in America, this conflict of racial abhorrence and mission, and along with it a redefined concept of holy war, became secularized in the form of an internally contradictory political ideology. In the same way that the Protestant ethic was transformed into the spirit of capitalism, while the Christian right to private property became justifiable in wholly secular terms, America as Redeemer Nation became Imperial America, fulfilling its irresistible and manifest destiny. During the country's early national period, this took the form of declarations that America should withdraw from world affairs into moral isolation that was uttered in the same breath as the call to export the rising glory of America, to bring democracy and American-style civilization to less fortunate corners of the earth. 135 Less than a century later, during the peak era of American imperialism, the same contradictory mission presented itself again, while those Americans who most opposed expansion into the Philippines shared the imperialists' belief in the nation's predestined right to rule the world. They resisted efforts to annex a nation of inferior dark-skinned people largely because of fears they had of racial contamination. Charles Francis Adams, Jr., said it most straightforwardly when he referred to America's virulent treatment of the Indians as the lesson to recall in all such cases, because, harsh though he admitted such treatment was, it had saved the Anglo-Saxon stock from being a nation of half-breeds. 136 In these few words were both a terrible echo of past warrants for genocidal race war and a chilling anticipation of eugenic justifications for genocide yet to come, for to this famous scion of America's proudest family, the would-be extermination of an entire race of people was preferable to the pollution of racial intermixture. It was long before this time, however, that the notion of the deserved and fated extermination of America's native peoples had become a commonplace and secularized ideology. In 1784 a British visitor to America observed that white Americans have the most rancorous antipathy to the whole race of Indians. Nothing is more common than to hear them talk of extirpating them totally from the face of the earth, men, women, and children. 137 And this visitor was not speaking only of the opinion of those whites who lived on the frontier. Wrote the distinguished early 19th century scientist, Samuel G. Morton, the benevolent mind may regret the inaptitude of the Indian for civilization, but the fact of the matter was that the structure of mind appears to be different from that of the white man, nor can the two harmonize in the social relations except on the most limited scale. 138 Thenceforth, added Francis Parkman, the most honored American historian of his time, the natives whom he described as man, wolf, and devil, all in one, were destined to melt and vanish before the advancing waves of Anglo-American power, which now rolled westward unchecked and unopposed. The Indian, he wrote, was in fact responsible for his own destruction, for he will not learn the arts of civilization, and he and his forest must perish together. 139. But by this time it was not just the native peoples of America who were being identified as the inevitable and proper victims of genocidal providence and progress. In Australia, whose aboriginal population had been in steep decline ever since the arrival of the white man, it commonly was being said in scientific and scholarly publications, that to the Aryan apparently belong the destinies of the future. the races whose institutions and inventions are despotism, fetishism, and cannibalism, the races who rest content in placid sensuality and unprogressive decrepitude, can hardly hope to contend permanently in the great struggle for existence with the noblest division of the human species. The survival of the fittest means that might wisely used is right. And thus we invoke and remorselessly fulfill the inexorable law of natural selection when exterminating the inferior Australian. 140. Meanwhile, by the 1860s, with only a remnant of America's indigenous people still alive, in Hawaii, the Reverend Rufus Anderson surveyed the carnage that by then had reduced those islands' native population by 90% or more, and he declined to see it as a tragedy. The expected total die-off of the Hawaiian people was only natural, this missionary said, somewhat equivalent to the amputation of diseased members of the body. 141. 2 decades later, in New Zealand, whose native Maori people also had suffered a huge population collapse from introduced disease and warfare with invading British armies, 1 AK. Newman spoke for many whites in that country when he observed that taking all things into consideration, the disappearance of the race is scarcely subject for much regret. They are dying out in a quick, easy way, and are being supplanted by a superior race. 142. Returning to America, the famed Harvard physician and social commentator Oliver Wendell Holmes observed in 1855 that Indians were nothing more than a half-filled outline of humanity whose extermination was the necessary solution of the problem of his relation to the white race. Describing native peoples as a sketch in red crayons of a rudimental manhood, he added that it was only natural for the white man to hate the Indian and to hunt him down like the wild beasts of the forest, and so the red crayon sketch is rubbed out, and the canvas is ready for a picture of manhood a little more like God's own image. 143. 2 decades later, on the occasion of the nation's 1876 centennial celebration, the country's leading literary intellectual took time out in an essay expressing his thrill of patriotic pride flatly to advocate the extermination of the red savages of the plains. Wrote William Dean Howells to the influential readers of the Atlantic Monthly. The red man, as he appears in effigy and in photograph in this collection, is a hideous demon, whose malign traits can hardly inspire any emotion softer than abhorrence. In blaming our Indian agents for malfeasance in office, perhaps we do not sufficiently account for the demoralizing influence of merely beholding those false and pitiless savage faces. Moldy flour and corrupt beef must seem altogether too good for them. 144. Not to be outdone by the most eminent historians, scientists, and cultural critics of the previous generation, several decades later still, America's leading psychologist and educator, G. Stanley Hall, imperiously surveyed the human wreckage that Western exploration and colonization had created across the globe, and wrote, "Never, perhaps, were lower races being extirpated as weeds in the human garden, both by conscious and organic processes, so rapidly as today. In many minds this is inevitable and not without justification. Pity and sympathy, says Nietzsche, are now a disease, and we are summoned to rise above morals and clear the world's stage for the survival of those who are fittest because strongest. The world will soon be overcrowded, and we must begin to take selective agencies into our own hands. Primitive races are either hopelessly decadent and moribund, or at best have demonstrated their inability to domesticate or civilize themselves. 145. And not to be outdone by the exalted likes of Morton, Parkman, Holmes, Howells, Adams, or Hall, the man who became America's first truly 20th century president, Theodore Roosevelt, added his opinion that the extermination of the American Indians and the expropriation of their lands was as ultimately beneficial as it was inevitable. Such conquests, he continued, are sure to come when a masterful people, still in its raw barbarian prime, finds itself face to face with the weaker and wholly alien race which holds a coveted prize in its feeble grasp. It is perhaps not surprising, then, that this beloved American hero and Nobel Peace Prize recipient also believed that degenerates as well as criminals and feeble-minded persons be forbidden to leave offspring behind them. The better classes of white Americans were being overwhelmed, he feared, by the unrestricted breeding of inferior racial stocks, the utterly shiftless, and the worthless 146. These were sentiments, applied to others, that the world would hear much of during the 1930s and 1940s. 147 For the extirpation of the lower races that Hall and Roosevelt were celebrating drew its justification from the same updated version of the great chain of being that eventually inspired Nazi pseudoscience. Nothing could be more evident than the fundamental agreement of both these men with the central moral principle underlying that pseudoscience, as expressed by the man who has been called Germany's major prophet of political biology, Ernst Haeckel, when he wrote that the lower races sepulvitus homunculi with few vestiges of humanity, Mather's ravenous howling wolves, Holmes's half-filled outline of humanity, Howells's hideous demons, Hall's weeds in the human garden, Roosevelt's weaker and wholly alien races were so fundamentally different from the civilized Europeans we must, therefore, assign a totally different value to their lives. 148 Nor could anything be clearer, as Robert J. Lifton has pointed out in his exhaustive study of the psychology of genocide, than that such thinking was nothing less than the harsh, apocalyptic, deadly rationality that drove forward the perverse holy war of the Nazi extermination campaign. 149. The first Europeans to visit the continents of North and South America and the islands of the Caribbean, like the Nazis in Europe after them, produced many volumes of grandiloquently racist apologia for the genocidal Holocaust they carried out. Not only were the lower races they encountered in the New World dark and sinful, carnal and exotic, proud, inhuman, unchristian inhabitants of the nether territories of humanity, contact with whom, by civilized people, threatened morally fatal contamination, but God, as always, was on the Christians' side. And God's desire, which became the Christians' marching orders, was that such dangerous beasts and brutes must be annihilated. Elie Wiesel is right, the road to Auschwitz was being paved in the earliest days of Christendom. But another conclusion now is equally evident: on the way to Auschwitz the road's pathway led straight through the heart of the Indies and of North and South America. Epilogue. It is unlikely to have escaped notice that this book is being published to coincide with the Columbian quincentennial, the 500th anniversary of the beginning of the genocide that nearly expunged the Western Hemisphere of its people. It is, however, less probable that many readers will know that 1992 also is the 50th anniversary of the Nazis' conversion of Auschwitz from a prisoner of war and concentration camp into a chamber of unspeakable horrors, designed to exterminate systematically as many as possible of Europe's Jews, Gypsies, and other Nazi-characterized useless lives. As we have seen, one of the preconditions for the Spanish and Anglo-American genocides against the native peoples of the Americas was a public definition of the natives as inherently and permanently, that is, as racially inferior beings. To the conquering Spanish, the Indians more specifically were defined as natural slaves, as subhuman beasts of burden, because that fit the use to which the Spanish wished to put them, and because such a definition was explicable by appeal to ancient Christian and European truths through Aquinas and on back to Aristotle. Since the colonizing British, and subsequently the Americans, had little use for Indian servitude, but only wanted Indian land, they appealed to other Christian and European sources of wisdom to justify their genocide. The Indians were Satan's helpers, they were lascivious and murderous wild men of the forest, they were bears, they were wolves, they were vermin. Allegedly having shown themselves to be beyond conversion to Christian or to civil life, and with little British or American need for them as slaves in this case, straightforward mass killing of the Indians was deemed the only thing to do. Native peoples, however, are not alone as objects of Christianity's disdain. During most of the past millennium of European history, since at least the first pogrom in Germany in the year 1096, Jews have lived in wary knowledge of their own precarious existence. Entire volumes exist that detail Christian Europe's long entrenched and pathological hatred of Jews and all things Jewish. There is neither room nor need to recount again that bitter history here. But one example will make a necessary point. In a lengthy tract of 1543 entitled On the Jews and Their Lies, Martin Luther referred to Jews as a plague, a pestilence, as venomous, bitter worms, as a desperate, thoroughly evil, poisonous, and devilish lot, as useless, evil, pernicious people, as tricky serpents, assassins, and children of the devil, as a brood of vipers, and as mad dogs. With his characteristically crude eloquence, Luther, of course, was only speaking the thoughts that countless Christian saints and saintly aspirants had held and expressed regarding Jews for centuries. So, too, was he representing the ideas of Christian masses when he offered his sincere advice. To set fire to their synagogues or schools and to bury and cover with dirt whatever will not burn, so that no man will ever again see a stone or cinder of them. I advise that their houses be razed and destroyed. I advise that all their prayer books and Talmudic writings, in which such idolatry, lies, cursing, and blasphemy are taught, be taken from them. That their rabbis be forbidden to teach henceforth on pain of loss of life and limb. That safe conduct on the highways be abolished completely for the Jews. That all cash and treasure of silver and gold be taken from them and put aside for safekeeping. I recommend putting a flail, an axe, a hoe, a spade, a distaff, or a spindle into the hands of young, strong Jews and Jewesses and letting them earn their bread in the sweat of their brow. But if the authorities are reluctant to use force and restrain the Jews' devilish wantonness, the latter should, as we said, be expelled from the country and be told to return to their land and their possessions in Jerusalem, where they may lie, curse, blaspheme, defame, murder, steal, rob, practice usury, mock, and indulge in all those infamous abominations which they practice among us, and leave us our government, our country, our life, and our property, much more leave our Lord the Messiah, our faith, and our church undefiled and uncontaminated with their devilish tyranny and malice. 1. Even to someone possessed of Luther's towering ferocity and hate, however, Jews in that time were not yet considered a separate category of being. Indeed, after almost 200 pages of vituperative screed such as that extracted out above, Luther closes his diatribe by saying, "May Christ, our dear Lord, convert them mercifully and preserve us steadfastly and immovably in the knowledge of Him, which is eternal life. Amen." 2. In sum, for all their allegedly despicable traits, Jews still had souls, they still were human, and it still was possible that they might be saved. Time, of course, would change that perception, at least for some later Christians of Teutonic ancestry. It took a long while for this shift in perception to work toward its hideously logical conclusion, although in Spain, during the time that Luther was writing, the doctrine of limpeza de sangre was doing its part in laying the essential groundwork. But 3 centuries later an otherwise insignificant German writer and Jew-hater named Wilhelm Marr publicly proposed that Jews were a separate and degenerate and dangerously polluting race. The idea was picked up by others who churned out their own variations on the theme. 3. In these works the Jews are shown not simply as evil, Norman Cohn has observed, but as irremediably evil. The source of their depravity lies no longer simply in their religion but in their very blood, for among those more influential than Marr who elaborated on his slander was a devout Christian of puritanically ascetic sexual pretension, an Englishman turned German named Houston Stewart Chamberlain. To Chamberlain a fight to the death, a holy war between Jews and Aryans was inevitable, and once the Jewish race was decisively defeated, writes Cohn of Chamberlain's grand design, the Germanic race would be free to realize its own divinely appointed destiny, which was to create a new, radiant world, transfused with a noble spirituality and mysteriously combining modern technology and science with the rural, hierarchical culture of earlier times. 5. If that is a dream of manifest destiny, that sounds disturbingly familiar to students of early American history, with echoes in the writings of John Winthrop, Thomas Jefferson, and others. Chamberlain once made an arresting historical connection of his own. Upon meeting Hitler, he wrote, he thought of Martin Luther. 6. Chamberlain's intuition wasn't wrong. And therein, at first, appears to be a paradox. For we have suggested that Luther's Judeophobia, hateful though it was separated from Judeocide, from the Holocaust, by the absence in Luther's thought of a racial definition of the Jews, a definition that was essential to Hitlerian genocidal ideology. It is a distinction that should not be minimized. But neither should something else be forgotten, for all that Hitler held Christianity in low regard, central to his thinking, as well as to that of the Christian fathers, was an intense concern with human depravity, with pollution, with defilement, and with cleansing, purity, and purgation, as well as an absolute and violent animosity for all who disagreed with him. Point 7. It is, of course, only coincidental, but during the summer of 1924, while Hitler was imprisoned outside Munich and was dictating to Rudolf Hess the contents of Mein Kampf, the author Joseph Conrad died of a heart attack near Canterbury, England. On the surface, there was almost nothing that the two men had in common. Among his numerous crimes against humanity, for instance, Hitler was to become the architect of Operation Barbarossa, the furious invasion of the Soviet Union that killed more than 3 million Soviet troops during just the first 3 months of fighting, while Conrad had condemned all European imperialism, and especially the exploitation of Africa, as the vilest scramble for loot that ever disfigured the history of human conscience and geographical exploration. 8. But just as Hitler had nothing but scorn and hatred for altruistic behavior, so Conrad was filled with a more genteel contempt for human promise. Thus, the day after reading A Life of Saint Teresa, he wrote to his close friend Cunningham Graham: "The mysteries of the universe made of drops of fire and clods of mud do not concern us in the least. The fate of humanity condemned ultimately to perish from cold is not worth troubling about. If you take it to heart, it becomes an unendurable tragedy. If you believe in improvement, you must weep, for the attained perfection must end in cold, darkness and silence." Point 9. It would be of small consequence what Joseph Conrad thought about such matters if he were not generally considered, in Albert J. Gerard's words, the most philosophical and, as a psychologist, the most complex of English novelists, and the author of 2 of the half-dozen greatest short novels in the English language. 10. One of those short novels, the one for which Conrad is most famous and which is today perhaps the most commonly prescribed novel in 20th century literature courses in English departments of American universities, as it is read by practically every freshman as an introduction to great fiction, is Heart of Darkness. Point 11. There exist few, if any, superior fictional portrayals of the Christian West's obsession with the immersion of the self in its own alleged vileness, or of Christian culture's irresistible attraction to and simultaneous terror in the face of savagery and wilderness and wildness and the dark. As in the didactic stories of the early Christian hermits, who wandered in the barren desert and tormented themselves with everyday reminders of the disgusting filth that lurked within their bodies and their souls, Heart of Darkness is an exploration of the bleak and ghastly horror that much of Western thought has long believed resides in the core of every person as well as in the savage wilds beyond the far horizon. What has been remarked upon too little by Western readers of this work, however, is how infused it is with the malignancy of Conrad's own racist vision. Indeed, it is telling that after what shortly will be a century of critical praise for Heart of Darkness, it took Chinua Achebe, a distinguished Nigerian novelist and man of letters, to demonstrate most clearly that while Conrad saw and condemned the evil of imperial exploitation, was strangely unaware of the racism on which it sharpened its iron tooth. And unaware because Conrad was himself a thoroughgoing racist. 12. For Conrad, as for all those many millions who have read his work without revulsion, it is African humanity that intuitively serves to symbolize the worst, the most bestial and most ugly of mankind's inner essence. Conrad knew his Western readers would understand without instruction, and he was right. No argument is necessary, description is enough. Suddenly, as we struggled round a bend, there would be a glimpse of rush walls, of peaked grass roofs, a burst of yells, a whirl of black limbs, a mass of hands clapping, of feet stamping, of bodies swaying, of eyes rolling, under the droop of heavy and motionless foliage. The steamer toiled along slowly on the edge of the black and incomprehensible frenzy. The prehistoric man was cursing us, praying to us, welcoming us. Who could tell? We were cut off from the comprehension of our surroundings, we glided past like phantoms, wondering and secretly appalled, as sane men would be before an enthusiastic outbreak in a madhouse. We are accustomed to look upon the shackled form of a conquered monster, but there you could look at a thing monstrous and free. It was unearthly, and the men were they were not inhuman. Well, you know, that was the worst of it, the suspicion of their not being inhuman. It would come slowly to one. They howled and leaped and spun and made horrid faces, but what thrilled you was just the thought of their humanity like yours, the thought of your remote kinship with this wild and passionate uproar. Ugly. Yes, it was ugly enough, but if you were man enough you would admit to yourself that there was in you just the faintest trace of a response to the terrible frankness of that noise, a dim suspicion of there being a meaning in it which you so remote from the night of first ages could comprehend. Point 13. Well, you know, that was the worst of it, the suspicion of their not being inhuman, for surely the purpose of this passage is to demonstrate as powerfully as possible just how absolutely inhuman the Africans truly seemed, and how close to the murky borderland of the animal world they really were, thus the impact of the Europeans' haunting sense that there was in you just the faintest trace of a response to and a remote kinship with such brutal, monstrous beings. As Achebe says in a different essay, in confronting the black man, the white man has a simple choice, either to accept the black man's humanity and the equality that flows from it, or to reject it and see him as a beast of burden. No middle course exists except as an intellectual quibble. 14. In fact, however, it is precisely that intellectual quibble that has poisoned Western thought, not only about Africans, but about all peoples of non-European ancestry, for centuries long past and likely for a good while yet to come. And therein lies the true heart of Western darkness. For the line that separates Martin Luther's anti-Jewish fulminations from those of Adolf Hitler is a line of great importance, but it also is a line that is frighteningly thin. And once crossed, as it was not only in Germany in the early 20th century, but in the Indies and the Americas 4 centuries before, genocide is but a step away. From time to time during the past half-century Americans have edged across that line, if only temporarily, under conditions of foreign war. Thus, as John W. Dower has demonstrated, the eruption of war in the Pacific in the 1940s caused a crucial shift in American perceptions of the Japanese from a pre-war attitude of racial disdain and dismissiveness to a wartime view of them as super-competent warriors, but morally subhuman beasts. This transformation became a license for American military men to torture and mutilate Japanese troops with impunity just as the Japanese did to Americans, but in their own ways, following the cultural reshaping of their own racial images of Americans. As one American war correspondent in the Pacific recalled in an Atlantic Monthly article, "We shot prisoners in cold blood, wiped out hospitals, strafed lifeboats, killed or mistreated enemy civilians, finished off the enemy wounded, tossed the dying into a hole with the dead, and in the Pacific boiled the flesh off enemy skulls to make table ornaments for sweethearts, or carved their bones into letter openers." Point 15. Dower provides other examples of what he calls the fetish of collecting grisly battlefield trophies from the Japanese dead or near dead, in the form of gold teeth, ears, bones, scalps, and skulls, practices receiving sufficient approval on the home front that in 1944 Life magazine published a human interest story along with a full-page photograph of an attractive blonde posing with a Japanese skull she had been sent by her fiancé in the Pacific 1617. A little more than 2 decades after that Life photograph and article appeared, General William C. Westmoreland was describing the people of Vietnam as termites, as he explained the need to limit the number of American troops in that country. If you crowd in too many termite killers, each using a screwdriver to kill the termites, you risk collapsing the floors or the foundation. In this war we're using screwdrivers to kill termites because it's a guerrilla war and we cannot use bigger weapons. We have to get the right balance of termite killers to get rid of the termites without wrecking the house. Point 18. Taking their cue from the general's dehumanization of the Southeast Asian Gooks and Slopes and Dinks, in a war that reduced the human dead on the enemy side to body counts, American troops in Vietnam removed and saved Vietnamese body parts as keepsakes of their tours of duty, just as their fathers had done in World War II. Vietnam, the soldiers said, was Indian country, and the people who lived in Indian country infested it, according to official government language. The Vietnamese may have been human, but as the U.S. Embassy's public affairs officer, John McClellan, put it, their minds were the equivalent of the shriveled leg of a polio victim, their power of reason. Only slightly beyond the level of an American 6-year-old. 19 Gonzalo Fernández de Oviedo y Valdez could not have said it better. And then, another 2 decades later still, in another part of the world, as American tanks by the hundreds rolled over and buried alive any humans that were in their path, the approved term for dead Iraqi women and children became collateral damage. Even well before the war with Iraq broke out, the U.S. Air Force's 77th Tactical Fighter Squadron produced and distributed a songbook describing what they planned to do on their inevitable Middle East assignments. Here is the only sample that is publishable. Phantom flyers in the sky. Persian pukes prepare to die. Rolling in with snake and nape. Allah creates but we cremate. 20. The rest of the book's verses are a melange of sadism and obscenity, most of them employing personifications of entire Arabic and Islamic peoples as racially inferior, maggot-infested women whose mass destruction by the Americans is equated with brutal, violent sex. During the brief duration of the war itself, American pilots referred to the killing of unarmed, retreating enemy soldiers as a turkey shoot, and compared the Iraqi people otherwise known as ragheads to cockroaches running for cover when Allied planes appeared overhead. Graffiti on bombs slung under the wings of American aircraft labeled them as Mrs. Saddam's sex toy and a suppository for Saddam, while the American field commander subsequently admitted in a television interview that he wished he had been able to complete his job. We could have completely closed the door and made it a battle of annihilation, he said. It was literally about to become the Battle of Cannae, a battle of annihilation before to his disappointment the general was called off. 21. It should be noted that the 3rd century BC Battle of Cannae, during which Carthaginian troops under the command of Hannibal almost completely exterminated a group of 80,000 to 90,000 Romans, is still regarded as an exemplar of total destructiveness to military historians. Even today, Italians living in the region where the attack took place refer to the site of the massacre as Campo di Sangue, or Field of Blood. In his own words, this is what General Norman Schwarzkopf had hoped to create in Iraq. And when confronted by the press with evidence that appeared to demonstrate the American government's lack of concern for innocent civilians who died as a direct consequence of the war, and with the United States medical team's estimate that hundreds of thousands more Iraqi children were likely to die of disease and starvation caused by the bombing of civilian facilities, the Pentagon's response either was silence, evasion, or a curt war is hell. 22. Indeed it is. The purpose of this brief tour across several recent battlegrounds is not simply to condemn what is so easily condemnable, however, but rather to illustrate how close to the surface of everyday life is the capacity for racist dehumanization and consequently massive devastation. For among the many things that warfare does is temporarily define the entire enemy population as superfluous, as expendable, a redefinition that must take place before most non-psychopaths can massacre innocent people and remain shielded from self-condemnation. And nothing is more helpful to that political and psychological transformation than the availability of a deep well of national and cultural consciousness that consigns whole categories of people to the distant outback of humanity. But even the worst wars end. Military defeat leads to political surrender, for it is politics that most wars are about. Genocide is different. The purpose of genocide is to do away with an entire people, or to indiscriminately consume them, either by outright mass murder or by creating conditions that lead to their oblivion. Thus, the slave labor projects that worked people to death in the synthetic rubber factory at Auschwitz, or in the nearby coal mines, were no less genocidal than the gas chambers there and in other camps. Moreover, although Arno J. Meyer may well be correct in contending that from 1942 to 1945, certainly at Auschwitz, but probably overall, more Jews were killed by so-called natural causes than by unnatural ones, natural causes being sickness, disease, undernourishment, hyperexploitation, as opposed to unnatural causes such as shooting, hanging, phenol injection, or gassing. There can be no denying, as Meyer himself insists, that those who died naturally were no less victims of genocide than others who were murdered outright. 23 Indeed, it is insufficient to stop even here. For as Michael R. Morris rightly states, It is clearly wrong to separate from the essence of the Holocaust those Jews who never survived long enough to reach the camps, or who were shot down by the Einsatzgruppen in the Soviet Union, or who starved in the ghettos of Eastern Europe, or who were wasted by disease because of malnutrition and neglect, or who were killed in reprisal in the West, or who died in any of the countless other, terrible ways no less a part of the Holocaust because their final agonies do not meet some artificial standard of uniqueness. Point 24. The same is true of the anti-Indian genocide in the Americas. Just as those Jews and others who died of exploitation and disease and malnutrition and neglect and in countless other, terrible ways other, that is, than straightforward cold-blooded butchery would not have died when and where they did, but for the genocide campaign that was swirling furiously all about them, so too in the Indies and the Americas, the natives of Hispaniola and Mexico and Peru and Florida and Virginia and Massachusetts and Georgia and Colorado and California and elsewhere who died from forced labor, from introduced disease, from malnutrition, from death marches, from exposure and from despair were as much victims of the Euro-American genocidal race war as were those burned or stabbed or hacked or shot to death, or devoured by hungry dogs. To some, the question now is, can it happen again? To others, as we said in this book's opening pages, the question is, now as always, can it be stopped? For in the time it has taken to read these pages, throughout Central and South America Indian men and women and children have been murdered by agents of the government that controls them, simply because they were Indians. Native girls and boys have been sold on open slave markets, whole families have died in forced labor, while others have starved to death in concentration camps. Point 25. More will be enslaved and more will die in the same brutal ways that their ancestors did, tomorrow, and every day. For the foreseeable future. The killers, meanwhile, will continue to receive aid and comfort and support from the United States government, the same government that oversees and encourages the ongoing dissolution of Native American families within its own political purview, itself a violation of the UN Genocide Convention through its willful refusal to deal adequately with the life-destroying poverty, ill health, malnutrition, inadequate housing, and despair that is imposed upon most American Indians who survive today. Point 26. That is why, when the press reported in 1988 that the United States Senate finally had ratified the United Nations Genocide Convention after 40 years of inaction, while more than 100 other nations had long since agreed to its terms, Leo Kuper, one of the world's foremost experts on genocide, wondered in print whether the long delay, and the obvious reluctance of the United States to ratify the Genocide Convention derived from fear that it might be held responsible, retrospectively, for the annihilation of Indians in the United States, or its role in the slave trade, or its contemporary support for tyrannical governments engaging in mass murder. Still, Kuper said he was delighted that at last the Americans had agreed to the terms of the convention. Point 27. Others were less pleased, including the governments of Denmark, Finland, Ireland, Italy, the Netherlands, Norway, Spain, Sweden, and the United Kingdom, who filed formal objections with the United Nations regarding the U.S. action. For what the United States had done, unlike the other nations of the world, was approve and file with the UN a self-servingly conditional instrument of ratification. Whatever the objections of the rest of the world's nations, however, it now seems clear that the United States is unlikely ever to do what those other countries have done: ratify unconditionally the Genocide Convention. Point 28. For more than 40 years another nation with a shameful past, Poland, refused to acknowledge officially what had transpired in the death camps including Auschwitz, Sobibor, and Treblinka that had been located on Polish soil. But in the spring of 1991 Poland's president, Lech Walesa, traveled to Jerusalem and addressed the Israeli parliament, saying in part, "Here in Israel, the land of your culture and revival, I ask for your forgiveness." 29. At almost precisely that same moment, in Washington, angry members of the U.S. Senate were threatening to cut off or drastically reduce financial support for the Smithsonian Institution because a film project with which it was marginally involved had dared use the word genocide to describe the destruction of America's native peoples. In that instant contrast of ethical principles, in the chasm of moral difference that separated the Polish president and the American senators, the seamy underside of America's entire history was briefly but brightly illuminated. Illuminated as well at that moment was the persistence in American thinking of what has been termed the racist syndrome of worthy and unworthy victims 30, for at the same time that almost all Americans would properly applaud President Vales's long overdue acknowledgement of and apology for the horrors that were perpetrated against Jewish and other European worthy victims in Poland's Nazi extermination centers during 40 ghastly months in the 1940s, they by and large continue to turn their backs on the even more massive genocide that for 4 grisly centuries was perpetrated against what their apathy implicitly defines as the unworthy natives of the Americas. Moreover, the suffering has far from stopped. The poverty rate on American Indian reservations in the United States, for example, is almost 4 times the national average, and on some reservations, such as Pine Ridge in South Dakota and Tohono-O'odham in Arizona, the poverty rate is nearly 5 times greater than for the nation at large. The destitution and ill health and general squalor that are the norm on many reservations today are no different from conditions that prevail throughout much of the indigent Third World. Indeed, so desperate and demoralizing are life conditions on most reservations that the suicide rate for young Indian males and females aged 15 to 24 years is around 200% above the overall national rate for the same age group, while the rate for alcohol-caused mortality, itself a form of suicide, is more than 900% higher than the national figure among 15 to 24-year-old Indian males and nearly 1,300% higher than the comparable national figure among 15 to 24-year-old Indian females. 31. Meanwhile, the reservations themselves, the last chance for the survival of ancient and cherished cultural traditions and lifeways, however viciously deprived of resources they are by the overseeing state and federal governments, remain under relentless assault, at the same time that the United States, with much fanfare about human rights, is encouraging ethnic and national sovereignty movements in Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union. Today, American Indian tribal lands total in size less than half of what they were in 1890, following the massacre at Wounded Knee and the supposed end of the euphemistically named Indian Wars. 32 And much of the tribal land that still exists, constituting a little more than 2% of what commonly is the most inhospitable acreage in the United States, is in perpetual jeopardy of political disentitlement. Most of the Western Shoshone people's land, for example, was long ago confiscated for underground nuclear testing, while individual states routinely drive Indians off their land by denying tribes access to traditional water supplies and other necessary resources. The states are free to carry out such policies of confiscation because the federal government, in the disingenuous guise of granting Indians self-determination, steadfastly continues to abdicate its legal responsibility for defending tribes against state encroachment. Thus, the Indians' ongoing struggle for a modicum of independence and cultural freedom is turned against them in a classic governmental maneuver of blaming the victim, while the campaign to terminate tribal sovereignty once and for all continues. Greatly varied though the specific details of individual cases may be, throughout the Americas today indigenous peoples continue to be faced with one form or another of a 5-centuries-old dilemma. At the dawn of the 15th century, Spanish conquistadors and priests presented the Indians they encountered with a choice: either give up your religion and culture and land and independence, swearing allegiance as vassals to the Catholic Church and the Spanish crown, or suffer all the mischief and damage that the European invaders choose to inflict upon you. It was called the requerimiento. The deadly predicament that now confronts native peoples is simply a modern requerimiento: surrender all hope of continued cultural integrity and effectively cease to exist as autonomous peoples, or endure as independent peoples the torment and deprivation we select as your fate. In Guatemala, where Indians constitute about 60% of the population as elsewhere in Central and South America, the modern requerimiento calls upon native peoples either to accept governmental expropriation of their lands and the consignment of their families to forced labor under Criollo and Ladino overlords, or be subjected to the violence of military death squads. 33 In South Dakota, where Indians constitute about 6% of the population as elsewhere in North America, the effort to destroy what remains of indigenous cultural life involves a greater degree of what Alexis de Tocqueville described as America's chaste affection for legal formalities. Here, The modern requerimiento pressures Indians either to leave the reservation and enter an American society where they will be bereft and cultureless people in a land where poor people of color suffer systematic oppression and an ever-worsening condition of merciless inequality. Or remain on the reservation and attempt to preserve their culture amidst the wreckage of governmentally imposed poverty, hunger, ill health, despondency, and the endless attempts of the federal and state governments at land and resource usurpation. 34. The Columbian quincentennial celebrations have encouraged scholars worldwide to pore over the admiral's life and work, to investigate every rumor about his ancestry and to analyze every jotting in the margins of his books. Perhaps the most revealing insight into the man, as into the enduring Western civilization that he represented, however, is a bland and simple sentence that rarely is noticed in his letter to the Spanish sovereigns, written on the way home from his initial voyage to the Indies. After searching the coasts of all the islands he had encountered for signs of wealth and princes and great cities, Columbus says he decided to send 2 men up country to see what they could see. They traveled for 3 days, he wrote, and found an infinite number of small villages and people without number, but nothing of importance. 35. People without number but nothing of importance. It would become a motto for the ages. Appendixes. Appendix I. On pre-Columbian settlement and population. Until the 1930s, it generally was believed that the earliest human inhabitants of the Americas had moved from the Alaskan portion of Beringia to what is now known as North America no more than 6,000 years ago. Following the development of radioactive carbon dating techniques in the 1940s and 1950s, this date was pushed back an additional 6,000 years to the end of the Wisconsin Ice Age, around 12,000 years ago. During this time the most recent interstadial, or regional dissipation of the massive continent-wide glaciers that previously had blocked passage to the south, opened up an inland migratory corridor. Once settled in what is now the upper Midwestern United States, it was supposed, these migrants branched out and very slowly made their way overland, down through North, Central, and South America to the southern Andes and Tierra del Fuego at the southernmost tip of the southern continent. Some scholars had long suspected that even this projected date of first arrival was too recent, but it wasn't until the latter 1950s and early 1960s that they began being taken seriously. 1 For it was then, slowly but steadily, that human habitation dates of 12,000 BC and earlier from the most southerly parts of the hemisphere began turning up in the archaeological record. In addition, dates of 20,000 to 30,000 BC were being placed on sites to the north of these, while more problematic dates of 30,000 BC in Chile and Brazil and 40,000 to 50,000 BC for skeletal remains discovered in Southern California were being claimed. 2 By the late 1970s it was becoming clear to many archaeologists that regions throughout all of North and South America were inhabited thousands of years earlier than traditionally had been believed, with some scholars suggesting a date of 70,000 BC as the possible time of first human entry into the hemisphere. 3. Skeptics remained unconvinced, however. Then Monte Verde was discovered, a human habitation site in a remote Chilean forest with unambiguous evidence of a complex human community at least 13,000 years old. The excavated site revealed a dozen wooden structures made of planks and small tree trunks, the bones of butchered mammals, clay-lined hearths, mortars and grinding stones, and a variety of plant remains, some of which had been carried or traded from a locale 15 miles distant, that the community's inhabitants had cultivated and used for nutritional and medicinal purposes. 4 Clearly, since no scientists seriously doubt that the first human passage into the Americas was by way of Beringia, this meant that humans must have entered areas to the north of Chile thousands of years earlier, a fact that was at the same time being confirmed by reported datings of 27,000 to 37,000 BC from animal remains butchered by humans in Old Crow Basin and Bluefish Caves in the Yukon, of 17,000 to 19,000 BC for human habitation in the Meadowcroft Rock Shelter in Pennsylvania, of 13,000 to 16,000 BC for a site in Missouri, of 11,000 BC for human activity at warm mineral springs in southwestern Florida, and elsewhere. 5. Then, a few years later, at Monte Verde in Chile again, Archaeologist Tom D. Dillahay discovered definite human artifacts that dated to at least 30,000 BC, an age that corresponds closely to dated charcoal remains from what are believed to have been human hearths at Pedro Furida in northeast Brazil. 6 Since it is a truism of archaeological research that the earliest sites discovered today are always unlikely to be anything temporally close to the first sites that actually were inhabited, both because of the degradation of ancient materials and a site discovery process that makes finding a needle in a haystack a comparatively easy task, there increasingly is little doubt from the archaeological evidence that the northerly parts of the Americas had to have been inhabited by humans at least 40,000 years ago, and probably earlier. 7. A welcome recent trend in this research is the attention scholars from a variety of other disciplines, including linguistics and genetics, have been paying to data in their fields regarding the first human occupation of North America. As a result, the earliest dates suggested by the archaeological evidence are now receiving independent confirmation. At present, the most intense controversies regarding the early settlement of the Americas in these fields surround work that is being done on DNA linkages and language analysis. Geneticists and biochemists who have studied mitochondrial DNA samples from widely separated Native American peoples today have come to equally widely separated conclusions. One group of scientists finds a high level of shared heritage, suggesting that the great majority of American Indians are descended from a single population that migrated from Asia up to 30,000 years ago. Another group, studying the same type of data from different sources, contends that their findings point to at least 30 different major population movements, by different peoples, extending back about 50,000 years. A similarly structured debate exists among the linguists. It commonly is agreed that the people living in the Americas prior to 1492 spoke at least 1,500 to 2,000 different languages, and probably hundreds more that have been lost without a trace. These languages derived from a cluster of more than 150 language families, each of them as different from the others as Indo-European is from Sino-Tibetan. 8 Some linguists claim, however, to have located a trio of language families, or proto-languages, from which that great variety of languages developed, Amarant, Nadine, and Eskimo-Aleut. Others contend that these three proto-languages can be further reduced to a single language that was spoken by one ancestral group that entered North America about 50,000 years ago, while still others argue that the multitude of Indian languages cannot be traced to fewer than the 150 known language families, and that there is no way convincingly to link that knowledge to estimates of the earliest human entry into North America. 9. Beyond these specific controversies, however, at least one recent study, building on these data and combining language and geographic research, clearly shows that there already was enormous language and geocultural diversity in North America south of the glacial mass during the apex of the last ice age, that is, between 14,000 and 18,000 years ago. Language isolates only emerge after very long stretches of time, of course, when a once unified people have been divided and separated for a sufficient duration to erase any linguistic common denominator between them. And we now have linguistic maps of North America showing the existence of scores of independent and mutually unintelligible language groups across the entire continent even before the glaciers of the Wisconsin Ice Age began to retreat. Indeed, although the general direction of American Indian migration was from north to south and from west to east, it appears that certain long-established, language-identified peoples such as some Siouan, Caddoan, Algonquian, and Iroquoian speakers moved north following the glacier ice as it receded. For as the huge frigid barrier slowly melted, invitingly large glacial lakes emerged, their clear waters trapped between the ice to the north and the southerly high ground, while thick, broadleaf deciduous forests spread northward in the wake of the glacier's retreat. 10. By at least 15,000 BC, then, Native American peoples on the Pacific coast, in the northern plains, and in the woodlands east of the Rocky Mountains, were living in what by then were age-old hunting and gathering societies that sustained themselves on herds of caribou, musk oxen, bison, moose, mammoths, and mastodons, as well as a large variety of fish and plant life. At the same time, more than 5,000 miles to the south, separated by deserts, jungles, and mountains, many of them seemingly impassable by foot. Even today, distant relatives of those northern coast, plains, and woodland peoples had already become well established and long settled hunters of South American elephants, horses, camelids, deer, and huge ground sloths, and there is even evidence that by this time gardening cultures had emerged as far south as Chile and Peru. Between these two extremes south of the glacial ice, innumerable other linguistically and culturally distinct peoples had fanned out over millions of square miles of North American, Central American, and South American land, and by then had been pursuing their independent lives and cultures for generations beyond memory. For such linguistic and cultural diversity to have been extant among the native peoples of the Americas at this early date, many different culturally unique Indian communities must have existed throughout both the northern and southern continents for previous untold millennia. And for that sort of widespread migration, elaborate social physionoming, and cultural and linguistic evolution to have taken place, the date of first human entry into the Western Hemisphere has to be placed tens of thousands of years before the end of the Wisconsin Ice Age. Indeed, there are only two good reasons for categorical skepticism regarding an entry date prior to 40,000 or 50,000 BC. First, the absence of archaeological evidence for human populations in far eastern Siberia at that early date, the assumption being that this was the area that fed the migration to Beringia, and second, the fact that no skeletons other than those of modern humans have ever been found in the Americas, and modern humans did not emerge and replace Neanderthals, it long has been believed, until about 40,000 or 50,000 years ago. Neither of these, however, are incontestable arguments. As for the first contention, the failure thus far to locate archaeological evidence for sites older than 40,000 BC in such a forbidding landscape as that of Siberia does not mean that they do not or did not exist. As archaeologist Fumiko Ikawa-Smith has pointed out, given the weather conditions in this region, early inhabitants may have preferred the milder climates close to the shore, and their remains may have been obliterated by subsequent marine transgressions, as indeed has happened to early human habitation sites throughout the island Pacific. 11 Moreover, far eastern Siberia was not necessarily the sole source of the early Beringian migration. During peak glacial eras, Beringia extended well to the south and may first have been populated by emigrants from the cave-dwelling communities of Pekin. 12 The second assertion has similar problems, particularly since it is now known with certainty that modern humans did not evolve around 40,000 or 50,000 BC, but rather came into existence at least 100,000 to 130,000 years ago, while some very recent DNA research puts the date of modern humans' emergence closer to 200,000 BC and even earlier. 13 Although no archaeological evidence has yet been uncovered that would indicate the presence of modern humans in the icy realms of northeastern Asia earlier than 40,000 or so BC, the entire history of the field of archaeology is testament to the truism that absence of evidence for the existence of a phenomenon is not sufficient grounds for categorically declaring it to be or to have been non-existent. Site degradation and loss is a very serious problem in regions such as this, and there is always a new discovery to be made. This is an especially relevant consideration when the temporal gap between archaeological evidence for modern humans in northeastern Asia and in other parts of the world has now yawned open to a range of between 60,000 and 90,000 and possibly as much as 150,000 years. In sum, there is no necessary barrier to the possibility that humans, whether of modern or pre-modern type, entered the Western Hemisphere as early as 60,000 or 70,000 years ago, although the best scientific evidence to date, drawing on coal scent findings from several disciplines, suggests a more prudent estimate would be for an entry date of around 40,000 BC, or perhaps a little earlier. In mapping the pre-Columbian native languages of North America, an extraordinarily dense collection of different tongues are found along the western seaboard, especially between present-day southern British Columbia and San Francisco. Unless the post-Columbian disease holocaust in the eastern part of the continent was immensely greater than most scholars now believe, resulting in the extinction of many scores of entire language groups before they could be separated out and distinguished by early European explorers and settlers, The especially thick concentration of different languages along the west coast suggests that to have been the path of earliest human dispersal and settlement. Whether the earliest southward moving exodus from Beringia, over the course of many thousands of years, was carried out primarily on land or on sea, or whether the path of the earliest population movements down through North America toward Mexico was along the west coast or through a temporary ice-free corridor in what is now America's northern Midwest, are still other controversies that remain unsettled. Traditionally, it has been held that the earliest migrants south from Alaska had to wait for temporary melts to open inland passageways through the glaciers that blocked their way. Such ice-free interstadials occurred at least 5 times during the Wisconsin era, each one lasting for thousands of years, with the midpoint of the most temporally distant one located about 75,000 years ago. It now appears increasingly likely, however, that early Alaska inhabitants might not have had to follow an inland path, but rather may have made their way south along the Pacific coastline, either overland, along a narrow, unglaciated, but exposed part of the continental shelf, or by sea, in coast-hugging wooden dugouts or skin boats. 14. Since it is known that the first human inhabitants of New Guinea and Australia had to carry out at least part of their journey to those lands across a sea gap in eastern Indonesia, and since the initial settlement of New Guinea and Australia occurred at least 50,000 years ago, and probably much earlier, it certainly is possible, perhaps likely, that America's first people had the technological skills to make seaborne, stepping stone migrations down the western coastline tens of thousands of years before the end of the last ice age. 15. Moreover, if that was the primary path of migration, it now is forever hidden from archaeological inquiry, because any coastal settlements or villages that may have existed 40, 50, or 60,000 years ago were located on the continental shelf that, like the homeland of Beringia, presently is hundreds of feet beneath the ocean's waves. 16. If the evolving scholarly estimates of the date when humans first entered the Western Hemisphere seem dramatic, changing within the past half-century from about 4000 BC to around 40,000 BC, and perhaps even earlier, the proportionate change is at least equally striking for advances in knowledge during that same time regarding the magnitude of human population in the Americas prior to European contact. The earliest recorded estimates of New World population came from the first Spanish intruders in the late 15th and early 16th century. While they of course could make no estimates for lands they had not seen, they did produce figures for the areas in which they had traveled. Bartolomé de las Casas, for example, put the figure for the island of Hispaniola at between 3 million and 4 million at the time of the Spanish arrival, although Las Casas himself did not visit the island until 10 years after Columbus's first voyage, by which time the population was only a fraction, perhaps 10% of what it had been prior to European contact. Gonzalo Fernández de Oviedo, who arrived in the Americas a decade later than Las Casas, claimed that Panama and the adjacent portion of southern Central America originally held around 2 million indigenous people. And even as late as the 18th century, Francisco Javier Clavijero claimed that Mexico had an abundance of 30 million people prior to the Spanish conquest. 17. Because the post-conquest native population collapses in these and other regions were so massive and so sudden, many later writers found these first estimates and their implications for an originally enormous hemispheric population impossible to believe. As a result, by the 1920s there was general scholarly agreement that the combined population of North and South America in 1492 was probably no more than 40 million to 50 million people. 18. Within a decade, however, prevailing opinion had dropped even those reduced numbers down to less than 14,000,000, and in 1939 anthropologist Alfred L. Kroeber published a highly influential report suggesting that the population of the entire Western Hemisphere in 1492 was only about 8,400,000, with North America accounting for less than 1 million of that total. 19. Recognizing that all these estimates were founded upon a great deal of speculation and very little knowledge of local conditions, Kroeber suggested that work begin on detailed region-by-region analyses. The charge was accepted, particularly by a group of scholars from various disciplines at Kroeber's own University of California at Berkeley, most notably Carl Sauer, Sherburne F. Cook, and Woodrow Borah. The result was a path-breaking revolution in historical demographic technique that in time became known as the Berkeley School. Examining enormous amounts of data from a great variety of sources ranging from church and government archives listing tribute, baptismal, and marriage records, to the environmental carrying capacities of known cultivated lands and much more, these researchers concentrated their efforts at first on California and central Mexico, extending their inquiries later to regions as diverse as New England, the Yucatan, and the island of Hispaniola. 20. The results of these efforts were the most detailed and methodologically sophisticated population estimates ever conducted for the pre-European Americas. And the figures they turned up were astonishing: 25 million people for central Mexico alone and 8 million people for Hispaniola are just two of the more striking recalculations by members of the Berkeley School. By the early 1960s, the accumulated body of such studies was sufficient to allow Woodrow Borah to assert that the pre-Columbian population of the Americas was probably upwards of 100 million. Soon after, anthropologist Henry F. Dobbins published a famous watershed analysis of all the major studies that had been conducted up to that time. His conclusion was that North and South America contained between 90 million and more than 112 million people before the coming of the Spanish. 21 Comparative figures for selected other parts of the world at this same time put the population of Europe at 60 million to 70 million, Russia at 10 million to 18 million, and Africa at 40 million to 72 million. 22. Subsequently, since the mid-1960s, scores of scholars from around the world have published new pre-Columbian population estimates of unprecedented sophistication for nations, tribes, and regions from northernmost Canada to southern Chile and for most other major habitation sites lying in between. One after another they have confirmed the general principle that the populations of individual locales were much higher in pre-Columbian times than heretofore suspected. Conservative-minded historical demographers have been reluctant to extrapolate from these findings to overall hemispheric projections, but even the more cautious among them generally now concede that the total population of the Americas prior to 1492 was in the neighborhood of 75 million persons, about 10% of whom lived north of Mexico. Others, including Dobbins, have begun to suspect that Dobbins's earlier maximum of more than 112 million may have been too low and that a figure of about 145 million would be a closer approximation of the true number for the hemisphere, with 18 million or so the best estimate for the region that presently constitutes the United States and Canada. 23. Among the reasons for some researchers to have concluded recently that all estimates to date have been too low, is the increasingly acknowledged likelihood that European diseases, once introduced into the virgin soil environments of the Americas, often raced ahead of their foreign carriers and spread disastrously into native population centers long before the European explorers and settlers themselves arrived. In other instances, some Europeans may have been on the scene when the initial epidemics occurred, but these people generally were soldiers more interested in conquest than in studying those they were killing. New archaeological studies in particular locales have demonstrated that this previously invisible population loss may have been widespread, a phenomenon that also is now being uncovered among post-European contact indigenous peoples as far away from the Americas as New Zealand, the Pacific islands of Fiji, and Hawaii. 24 If this did indeed happen on a large scale throughout the Americas, as Dobbins and others now contend that it did, even the higher range of current hemispheric population estimates may be too low. This is because the historical consequence of such archaeological research findings is the discovery that time and again the first European observers and recorders in an area arrived only well after it was totally bereft of its long-established human inhabitants, or at the very least that such observers and recorders found and incorrectly took to be the norm prior to their arrival only residual populations so small and demoralized that they provided no hint of true previous population magnitude or cultural vitality. 25. Even if certain plagues, such as smallpox, did not always precede the appearance of the European disease carriers themselves into certain regions, however, Those who still disagree with Dobbins and his supporters on this point acknowledge that population loss among native societies routinely reached and exceeded 95%, a rate of decline more than sufficient to account for a pre-Columbian hemispheric population in the neighborhood of 100 million and more. 26 Comparative research in South America and Hawaii has shown, moreover, that cultural and biological outgrowths of military assault and epidemic disease, such as severe psychological disorientation and high levels of pathogen and stress-induced infertility, can by themselves be primary agents in population losses of near extermination magnitude. 27 In sum, while debate continues as to the actual population of the Americas prior to the arrival of Europeans at the end of the 15th century, few informed scholars any longer contend that it was not at least within the general range of 75 to 100 million persons, with roughly 8 million to 12 million living north of Mexico, while some of the more outstanding scholars in the field have begun to suspect that the true figure was even higher than the highest end of this range. Appendix 2. On Racism and Genocide. In the preceding pages I have referred repeatedly to European and white American attitudes toward the native peoples of the Americas as racist and to the Euro-Americans' furious destruction of the native peoples of the Americas as genocide. The definitions of both these terms have been subject to discussion in recent years. Some readers may have wished to see in the text reference to those discussions, but to do so would have necessitated lengthy digressions that other readers might have found more distracting than enlightening. Therefore, I have added as an appendix the following remarks. There are various ways in which cultures can construct ideologies of degradation, and such ideologies can be, and are, attached to any number of characteristics that serve to socially transform a collection of individuals within a culture into a group: gender, nationality, age, sexual preference, social and economic class, religion, and much else, including race. It is race that is the issue here. And the question, as it has been posed in recent years, is this: did those Europeans and early American white colonists treat Indians and Africans as they did, at least in part because of a racist ideology that long had been in place, or was Euro-American racism in the Americas a later development, even a product of white versus Indian and white versus black conflict? In short, which came first, the carrying out of terrible and systematic damage to others, or the ideology of degradation? To some, understandably, this may seem an academic question, in the worst sense of that term. After all, to the American native woman having her breasts cut off by sadistically gleeful Spanish conquistadors, or watching her infant thrown to a pack of dogs, or to the native man about to be impaled on a sword of European manufacture, or watching his village and his family being burned to cinders by Puritans who boasted that our mouth filled with laughter, and our tongues with singing, while they attempted to exterminate an entire people from the earth, it no doubt mattered little whether the genocidal racism of their tormentors had preceded or followed from the first meetings of their societies. 1 If such questions concern us now, for reasons other than academic curiosity, they do so in order that we may better understand how such horrors could have been perpetrated, and how perhaps they may be anticipated and avoided in the future. Moreover, like many other matters of ivory tower pedigree, this one carries with it an inner element of real-world political contentiousness. This is why, for many years, addressing it has caused such scholarly disagreement. That the answer to this question matters can best be seen by reviewing the ways historians have approached the issue, first as it pertains to African Americans and then to Indians. Until well into the 20th century, most white American historians spent little time arguing over the chronological priority of racism or slavery in the historical mistreatment of Africans in America. This was so for a reason that by itself is revealing. It was not a subject that lent itself to disagreement because those historians' own low regard for blacks was so second nature to them that they simply assumed it to be a natural, justified, and nearly universal attitude, and one that thereby must have long predated the formal enslavement of Africans. And the formal enslavement of blacks in America, they assumed, certainly began immediately upon the involuntary arrival in the colonies of the first Africans in 1619. Although there were some earlier historians who raised questions that had bearing on this matter, it was not until the 1950s that they began to propose, in numbers and with some vigor, the thesis that slavery had preceded racism in America point to working within a social climate to which they could not have been immune, a climate that was registering a rising chorus of insistent claims by African Americans for equal access to the social and political benefits of American life. These historians contended that slavery emerged gradually as an institution, following the first arrivals of blacks in North America, and that racism emerged still later, in part as a rationale for the maintenance of what by then had become a racially defined slave society. Point 3 Although this was an argument not without some documentary support, it also was an argument suited to the politics of academic liberals who then were coming to agree with historian Kenneth Stamp that innately Negroes are, after all, only white men with black skins. Nothing more, nothing less. 4. From this political and ethical perspective, in the midst of a civil rights movement that was attempting to make such integrationist ideals conform with reality, the liberal historian's notion that racism was, in Winthrop Jordan's words, scarcely more than an appurtenance of slavery, squared nicely with the hopes of those even more directly concerned with the problem of contemporary race relations. For if prejudice was natural, there would be little one could do to wipe it out. Prejudice must have followed enslavement, not vice versa, else any liberal program of action would be badly compromised. 5. There was, of course, another benefit not mentioned by Jordan that was gained from such a reading of the historical record. The moral core of Western culture in general, and American culture in particular, appeared far more favorable in the light of an interpretation that found racism to be an aberration, rather than a constant, in Western history. Thus, not only did the slavery-begot racism scenario encourage a more optimistic belief in the possibility of curtailing racism in the present, it also gave support to a relatively cheerful interpretation of the American and European cultural past. Not everyone was convinced, however. In 1959, Carl and Degler published an article, Slavery and the Genesis of American Race Prejudice, strongly arguing that slavery took root very early in American colonial society and that it did so in large part because of the white colonists' pre-existing racist attitudes visible, among other places, in Elizabethan literature, including Shakespeare's Othello and Titus Andronicus, but also evident in the relative prices of black and white servants, discriminatory court decisions, and more. 6 The ensuing flurry of debate on the issue had a number of internal problems, not the least of which was a tendency to assume that the general attitudes and behaviors of the white colonists were very nearly monolithic. Thus, whenever one partisan found an exception to the other's body of data, he or she was likely to hold it up as a refutation of the other's entire thesis. Some writers, for example, pointed to a 1640 law prohibiting blacks in Virginia from bearing arms, and cited this as evidence of racially based discrimination, while critics of this interpretation noted the presence in Virginia during this same time of a black former slave who had gained his freedom and purchased a slave himself, and they used this as evidence that blacks were not treated with special unfairness. Within a few years, however, Degler's general contention was given an able assist by Winthrop Jordan, first in an article of his own, then in 1968 with his massive and justly celebrated study, White Over Black, American Attitudes Toward the Negro, 1550 to 1812.7. Examining materials ranging from biblical passages to 16th-century poetry, travelers' tales, and more, Jordan concluded in White Over Black that European antipathy for Africans had long predated the enslavement of blacks in America, or for that matter, the arrival of Europeans to the Western Hemisphere. From the first, he wrote, Englishmen tended to set Negroes over against themselves, to stress what they conceived to be radically contrasting qualities of color, religion, and style of life, as well as animality and a peculiarly potent sexuality. 8 In short, virtually all the elements that would go into the full-blown 18th and 19th century ideology of anti-black racism were present in European thought long before the arrival of the first blacks in Virginia in 1619. But although racial antipathy preceded enslavement, Jordan cautioned against too simplistic a cause and effect model. A predisposition to invidious racial distinctions was not in itself sufficient to explain the wholesale enslavement and the horrendously systematic degradation of Africans that emerged in 18th and 19th century North America. Rather, Jordan suggested that both slavery and prejudice species of a general debasement of the Negro, each of them once they were joined constantly reacting upon each other in a dynamic cycle of degradation that created a unique engine of oppression. 9. In this conclusion, Jordan actually was delivering heavily documented support to an insight first expressed by Alexis de Tocqueville more than a century earlier. Since the age of the ancients, Tocqueville had said, a scornful attitude toward the enslaved had followed upon their enforced servitude, a scornful attitude that remained for a time after the abolition of slavery, but one that eventually dissipated. However, in America, he wrote, the insubstantial and ephemeral fact of servitude is most fatally combined with the physical and permanent fact of difference in race. Memories of slavery disgrace the race, and race perpetuates memories of slavery. Added to this, Tocqueville noted, was the fact that for whites in general, including himself, this man born in degradation, this stranger brought by slavery into our midst, is hardly recognized as sharing the common features of humanity. His face appears to us hideous, his intelligence limited, and his tastes low. We almost take him for some being intermediate between beast and man. To induce the whites to abandon the opinion they have conceived of the intellectual and moral inferiority of their former slaves, the Negroes must change, but they cannot change so long as this opinion persists. 10. In sum, as Jordan later picked up the argument, while the roots of a racist antipathy among whites toward blacks did indeed clearly precede the rise of the institution of slavery in America, this is a less important independent phenomenon than some may have thought, since once the attitude and the institution became fused, and they did so at a very early date, they reinforced one another, strengthening and deepening the white commitment to both of them. The idea of racism as deeply embedded in Western consciousness was still a very troubling notion to many, however, and resistance to it remains strong among historians, despite Jordan's rich documentation and subtlety of analysis. The form this resistance subsequently would take was established by George M. Fredrickson in a highly influential article that appeared only 3 years after White Over Black was published. It is necessary, Fredrickson contended, to distinguish between what he called ideological racism and societal racism. Ideological racism is the explicit and rationalized racism that can be discerned in 19th and 20th century thought and ideology, while societal racism can be observed in one racial group as if another were inherently inferior. Despite the fact that such a group may not have developed or preserved a conscious and consistent rationale for its behavior. This dual definition of racism, Fredrickson claimed, made it possible to identify the differences between genuinely racist societies and other inegalitarian societies where there may be manifestations of racial prejudice and discrimination but which nevertheless cannot be described as racist in their basic character. In a given society, according to this logic, as long as some reason other than race can be found to justify and rationalize the degradation and, presumably, even the enslavement and mass murder of people who are of a different race from that of their oppressors, that society is not racist in the full sense of the word, Fredrickson claimed. Moreover, if the discrimination for reasons of color is not consistently and universally applied to individual members of what is, in a statistical sense, the socially inferior group, if some members of this group can, despite their physical characteristics, achieve high status because of such attributes as wealth, education, and aristocratic culture, there is evidence of the overriding importance of non-racial status criteria. In such a situation, race becomes only one factor in determining status, an attribute which can be outweighed or neutralized by other factors. 11. By joining this definitional statement with the same sort of historical data produced by those historians who, 20 years earlier, had argued that American racism was essentially a product of slavery, for example, that along with slaves there were free blacks in 17th century Virginia, some of whom enjoyed legal and economic rights, Fredrickson concluded that America was not born racist, it became so gradually as the result of a series of crimes against black humanity that stemmed primarily from selfishness, greed, and the pursuit of privilege. 12. This judgment served to undergird Fredrickson's subsequent work and clearly influenced most of the other prominent discussions of the subject that would appear in the later 1970s and 1980s. 13. There are, however, some problems with Fredrickson's analysis. The first of these is his use of the word ideological when biological would have been more precise in describing the nature of the formal structures of racist thought that emerged in the 19th century. Prior to the rise of the biological and zoological pseudosciences that served as the underpinnings for what Fredrickson calls ideological racism, and after the decline of those pseudosciences in the 20th century, there existed and continues to exist in America a widespread, systematic, and ideologically justified degradation of entire categories of people who are readily identifiable by characteristics that commonly are associated with race. 14. The fact that in pre-pseudoscience days the categorical justifications drew heavily on religious and philosophical structures of thought, while in post-pseudoscience days most justifications tend to draw on historical and environmental principles such as the culture of poverty or the Black American family's alleged tangle of pathology, does not make these systems of discrimination any less ideological than those biological fictions that dominated racist thinking in the 19th century and part of the 20th. Biology certainly can become ideological, but ideology is not necessarily based on biology. As for the idea that racism proper did not and could not emerge until the rise of an explicit and rationalized pseudoscientific ideology regarding the term race itself, as Richard Drennan has remarked, this is roughly equivalent to saying, though the parallel is more benign, that the practice of birth control waited upon Margaret Sanger to coin the term 15. In addition, since traditional pseudoscientific racism is no longer in vogue and, indeed, since the very idea of race has long been scientifically discredited as a valid way of categorizing humans by Fredrickson's definition, racism in the full sense of the word does not and cannot exist today. 16. That will be news to its victims. If these difficulties with Fredrickson's definition of racism necessarily result in the dubious conclusion that, to use Fredrickson's terms, genuine or explicit racism was a momentary aberration in human history, arising in the early 19th century and dying out around the middle of the 20th century, an additional problem with his definition is that one logical consequence of it leads to the remarkable discovery that true racism has, in fact, never existed, at least in America. For Fredrickson and most other historians writing on the topic continue to assert that for racism proper to exist, to quote again the passage in Fredrickson cited above, it must be universally applied to individual members of what is, in a statistical sense, the socially inferior group. Should any exceptions to such categorical discrimination for reasons of color exist in an otherwise seemingly racist time and place, the exceptions serve as evidence of the overriding importance of non-racial status criteria and as sufficient documentation to establish that such a society cannot correctly be labeled racist. It is by appealing to this definition that Fredrickson and others continue to assert that the existence of free blacks in 17th century Virginia, and particularly of someone like Anthony Johnson, who arrived in Virginia as a slave from Africa and somehow became a freeman, a landowner, and the owner of a slave, proves that 17th century Virginia was not a racist society, that racism only emerged in later years. 17 Again, not only can this criterion be used to argue that racism is not a serious and tenacious problem today, but in addition it speciously serves to establish that even the Deep South in the middle of the 19th century was not ideologically or explicitly racist. For if Anthony Johnson, with his small plot of land and single slave, is a sufficient example to show that 17th century Virginia was not racist, what are we to make of William Ellison, a black former slave who lived in South Carolina from the 1790s until the outbreak of the Civil War, acquiring in that time a 900-acre plantation, more than 60 slaves, and more wealth than 95% of the South's white men? And at least half a dozen other Southern blacks at this time among the more than 3,600 African Americans who then possessed over 12,000 slaves were wealthier and owned more slaves than Ellison. 18. If ever a region in America could properly be described as racist, it was the Deep South in the decades immediately preceding the Civil War. Thus, we are left with a choice between one of two conclusions: either the existence of Ellison and other wealthy, slave-owning Southern blacks at this time proves that the Deep South was not then a truly racist society, in which case, no locale in America, at any time, can ever have been categorically and explicitly racist, or the criteria used by Fredrickson and others are inappropriate and ineffective for use in locating and defining a racist society. It should not be necessary to point out that only the latter choice makes any sense at all. It might also be noted that the same criteria used to demonstrate that the 17th century slave-holding colonies were not genuinely racist can be used with equal veracity to show that the German Nazi Party in the 1930s was not genuinely anti-Semitic, since a large proportion of its membership, when surveyed, expressed no anti-Semitic attitudes. 19 None of this should be taken to mean, however, that a formalized and widely believed pseudo-scientific theory of racial inequality is not different from lower-level and more diffuse racist thinking. They are different, but they both are thoroughly racist. There is a certain paradoxical quality to the fact that while the rest of informed society has come to recognize the existence of subtler and more complex forms of racism such as institutional racism as forms of oppression that clearly are racist but do not depend for their existence on an openly articulated and formal racial theory, many of the historians who have in recent years devoted their professional lives to studying the phenomenon have seemed determined to define racism almost out of existence. 20 Indeed, confusion on racism as a historical phenomenon has grown to the point that Jane Tompkins, the author of an article in a journal of avant-garde scholarly repute, has gone so far as to make the fanciful assertion directly contra Fredrickson, but equally illogical, that racism could not have existed in early American colonial society because white people at that time were unanimous in their racist opinions. In short, according to Tompkins, unanimity of opinion is indication of a cultural norm, of people simply look at other cultures in the way their own culture had taught them to see one another. 21 Thus, on the one hand we have Fredrickson arguing that only if every member of an oppressed racial group in a society is oppressed for explicitly racial reasons can that society be characterized as racist, and on the other hand there is Tompkins contending that if there is unanimity of racist opinion among the oppressor group in a society, that society, by definition, is non-racist. This is the sort of thing that gives professors a bad name. And, although thus far we have been looking largely at writings on early white American attitudes toward African Americans, the very same lines of argument have been and continue to be played out regarding 16th and 17th century Euro-American attitudes toward Indians. During the 1960s it had been customary for scholars, such as Alden T. Vaughan, who were studying Indian-white conflict in the American colonies, to assert that even during the ferocious extermination campaigns of the English against the native peoples of Virginia as well as against the Pequots and Narragansetts and Wampanoags of New England, the behavior of the British was not determined by any fundamental distinction of race, nor by deep-seated bias of any kind. 22 In white over black. Jordan inadvertently had provided further fuel for this argument, by comparing blatant assertions of racial antipathy of the English for Africans with what he viewed as their more benign attitude toward Indian racial characteristics. His perspective was then used to underpin uninformed claims by later historians that whites did not harbor racist attitudes toward Indians even centuries after their first proudly proclaimed attempts to exterminate them. 23. In their denial of racial motivation as part of the driving force behind the colonists' efforts to eradicate the Indians, most of these historians' writings also were unblushing apologies for the genocide that had taken place. Thus, Vaughan, for example, dismissed mass murder as some misunderstandings and injustices occurred while the British were only trying to convert, civilize, and educate as quickly as possible. 24 During the 1970s and early 1980s, however, a series of books by historians taking a second look at these matters reached very different conclusions. Wilbur R. Jacobs, Francis Jennings, Richard Drennan, and Neil Salisbury were only four among many during this time who rang down the curtain on the view that the colonists in their dealings with the Indians were kind and gentle souls. 25 Following their work, there remained little doubt that the colonists were driven by a racist zeal to eliminate the Indians at least once the major colonist-Indian wars had gotten underway. But remaining to be addressed was the same question that had for so long entangled historians studying white minds and black slavery: did the adventurers and colonists bring with them racist attitudes that predisposed them to such inhumane treatment of people of color, or did those attitudes emerge after and derive from their experience with the people they later enslaved and destroyed? It should be clear from the discussion in Chapter 6 of this book that Spanish, English, and other European attitudes toward the native peoples of the Americas were virulently racist long before the settlement of the first British colony in North America. Although European mistreatment of people because of a perception of them as racially different is a very ancient practice, a dramatic shift to a rigid European attitude toward race in general was becoming evident in the 14th century with the Church's authorization of the enslavement of Christians if their ancestry was non-European, and it escalated from that point forward with an able assist from the Spanish doctrine of limpieza de sangre and the other 16th century European pseudo-biological and religious rationales discussed earlier. It is impossible to read the voluminous Spanish justifications for the enslavement and mass murder of the Americas' native peoples as well as the 16th and early 17th century statements of the British on the same subjects without recognizing their deeply racist content. Impossible, that is, unless you carefully define racism so narrowly that it is certain not to be found. And that is what has begun to happen in recent years. Race, of course, is a social construct that different societies create in different ways, drawing on supposedly natural characteristics in people that are held to be congenital. Racism is the ideological use of such a construct to subordinate and dominate another group. Nevertheless, in scholarly imitation of the man who searches for his lost keys under a lamppost because the light is better there even though he knows he dropped his keys a block away, Alden T. Vaughan has now invented the idea that racism cannot exist in the absence of negative statements about another group's skin color. Not surprisingly, in the light cast by this particular lamppost, he has found little explicit Anglo-American disparagement of Indian skin color in the early years of settlement, those years when Indian men, women, and children were being butchered, burned alive, enslaved, poisoned en masse, and referred to as wild beasts, brutish savages, and viperous broods, and so, according to Vaughan's ad hoc definition, the British did not then think of the Indians they were systematically liquidating as inherently inferior. 26. As with Fredrickson's impossibly narrow definition of racism, so with Vaughan it needs to be pointed out that neither skin color distinctions nor pseudoscientific ideas of biological determinism are necessary criteria for the categorization and degradation of people under the rubric of race. Even a glance at the standard etymologies of the word clearly shows that the term race was in widespread use in Britain to denote groups of people and classes of things marked by characteristics other than color well before it was used exclusively in that way, and centuries before it had grafted upon it the elaborate apparatus of biological and zoological pseudoscience. Indeed, a sense of racial superiority sometimes having to do with color and sometimes not had been embedded in English consciousness at least since the appearance in the 12th century of Geoffrey of Monmouth's History of the Kings of Britain, the great elaboration of the Arthurian legend. 27. It is true, as noted several times in Chapter 6 of this book, that racist thought and behavior by whites toward Indians intensified during the course of the 16th and 17th centuries, but after the first few decades of the 16th century at the very latest the escalation of racism was a change in degree, not type, of prejudice and oppression. In sum, there is little doubt that the dominant 16th and 17th century ecclesiastical, literary, and popular opinion in Spain and Britain and Europe's American colonies regarding the native peoples of North and South America was that they were a racially degraded and inferior lot, borderline humans as far as most whites were concerned. Although there was, even at that early date, beginning to emerge in Europe various detailed theories of racist pseudoscience, anyone who has ever been on the receiving end of racist aggression knows that such endeavors do not require of their perpetrators the presence of formal scientific or other doctrine, as W.E.B. Du Bois once observed. The chief fact has been race, not so much scientific race, as that deep conviction of myriads of men that congenital differences among the main masses of human beings absolutely condition the individual destiny of every member of a group. 28. Most people of color today, as well as for centuries past, would have understood what Du Bois was saying even if some modern white historians apparently do not. The definition of genocide, though also a subject of debate for many years, will take much less time to discuss. That is because most of the controversy over the term, such as whether victims of mass murder whose only common denominator is political belief are truly victims of genocide, is not relevant to the subject of this book. All that is relevant is whether the Spanish and Anglo-American destruction of the culturally and ethnically and racially defined peoples of the Americas constituted genocide. The term genocide was coined by Raphael Lemkin in his book Axis Rule in Occupied Europe, published in 1944. Frank Chalk and Kurt Jonassohn summarize Lemkin's pioneering thinking. Under Lemkin's definition, genocide was the coordinated and planned annihilation of a national, religious, or racial group by a variety of actions aimed at undermining the foundations essential to the survival of the group as a group. Lemkin conceived of genocide as a composite of different acts of persecution or destruction. His definition included attacks on political and social institutions, culture, language, national feelings, religion, and the economic existence of the group. Even non-lethal acts that undermine the liberty, dignity, and personal security of members of a group constituted genocide if they contributed to weakening the viability of the group. Under Lemkin's definition, acts of ethnocide, a term coined by the French after the war to cover the destruction of a culture without the killing of its bearers, also qualified as genocide. 29. 2 years after the publication of Lemkin's book and thanks to his constant lobbying efforts, the United Nations General Assembly passed the following resolution. Genocide is the denial of the right of existence to entire human groups, as homicide is the denial of the right to live of individual human beings. Such denial of the right of existence shocks the conscience of mankind, results in great losses to humanity in the form of cultural and other contributions represented by these groups, and is contrary to moral law and to the spirit and aims of the United Nations. Many instances of such crimes of genocide have occurred, when racial, religious, political and other groups have been destroyed, entirely or in part. The punishment of the crime of genocide is a matter of international concern. The General Assembly, therefore, affirms that genocide is a crime under international law which the civilized world condemns, and for the commission of which principals and accomplices, whether private individuals, public officials, or statesmen, and whether the crime is committed on religious, racial, political, or any other grounds, are punishable. Finally, in 1948, the Genocide Convention of the United Nations was adopted unanimously and without abstentions. United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Text of the Convention. The contracting parties. Having considered the declaration made by the General Assembly of the United Nations in its Resolution 96 dated December 11, 1946, that genocide is a crime under international law, contrary to the spirit and aims of the United Nations and condemned by the civilized world. Recognizing that at all periods of history genocide has inflicted great losses on humanity, and being convinced that, in order to liberate mankind from such an odious scourge, international cooperation is required, hereby agree as hereinafter provided. Article I. The contracting parties confirm that genocide, whether committed in time of peace or in time of war, is a crime under international law which they undertake to prevent and to punish. Article 2. In the present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group, as such. Killing members of the group. Causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. Imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. Forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Article 3. The following acts shall be punishable. Genocide. Conspiracy to commit genocide. direct and public incitement to commit genocide, attempt to commit genocide, complicity in genocide. Article 4. Persons committing genocide or any of the acts enumerated in Article 3 shall be punished, whether they are constitutionally responsible rulers, public officials, or private individuals. Point 30. It is almost half a century since the Genocide Convention was passed, and in that time countless numbers of individuals have argued that the Convention's definition is too narrow or too broad, among other criticisms. However, the Convention's definition remains the most widely used definition of genocide throughout the world and, indeed, in all the world there probably is no other word, in any language, whose definition has been more carefully discussed or more universally accepted. In light of the UN language, even putting aside some of its looser constructions, it is impossible to know what transpired in the Americas during the 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries and not conclude that it was genocide.